All right, all right, all right. Happy Sunday, everybody. First of the month. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for making us part of your Monday, your Sunday. Check that. It's my Monday. My Monday, your Sunday. Whatever day it is, it's a good day to break. Getting my day squared away here. I know we were not live yesterday, so got a little backlog of orders that I need to work through. So bear with me here a little bit while I sort that out. Jason K, what's going on? So Jeremy gets us started on the division break. Rex, what's going on? Happy Sunday. Got about 40 orders to work through, so stand by. I know we weren't live yesterday, so we got a little bit of a backlog here. Nice. Yeah, looks like Thomas had scheduled a vacay day. I guess we just couldn't find anyone to cover. But I think we got a lot of orders coming in here. We'll make up for yesterday today. Especially with William getting the Brewers in the Bowman mixer, 1 and 2. Jeff going NT5. Reds. We got Robert with Select 5 Falcons. Brian with Select 5 Chiefs and Broncos. Steven with the Clearly Donruss 6 filler. So that's the Encore box, number 15. Wow, so the CEO is ducking you guys, huh? He was afraid of your hard-hitting questions, Rex. Grizzlebees, what's going on? John gets a spot. Buccaneers in Select 5. Looks like we did the mystery crate, right? Yeah, looks like we did the mystery crate. Jordan with Lions in Select 6. Tim with the Niners in Select 5. Joseph with the Bills in Select 6. NB with Rams in Select 6. Jesse, what's going on? Happy Sunday. Dolphins gone in Select 6. Nancy with the Braves, Cubs, Astros random number block. Thanks, Nancy, for getting that flawless filler going here. Kevin with... What is this? Buy one, get one free. Oh, that's the 5-star filler, which is now a buy one, get one. So we're only selling 15 spots outright, and we're just going to double up that list. All right, so thanks, Kevin, for that. Texans off the board as well in select 6. All right, so you guys, along with 18 other Kroger stores, are part of beta programs where they're cutting price on over 100,000 products, and not by change, by dollars, $5, $10 more. Bags of dog food, $10 price drops. And what else? Give us a sample. Rex, give us some more examples. What is Kroger doing for the people? Capola with the Eagles in 6. Mark with the Cardinals and Chargers in 6. Steven with Midnight Division 2. First spot there. And there's a filler for the division as well, which is a box of 2023 Donruss Optic NFL International. One box random team number 12. Giving away 2 division spots right here. All right, but Steven gets the first full spot in that midnight. 8 box number 2, thank you. Tristan with Bowman, the Bowman Mixer, Nationals in number 2. And the Cardinals in number 1. So the only example they gave you, concrete example, was dog food, $10 price drop. All right. Better than nothing, I guess. Are there really more than 100,000 products in each store? I guess there must be, right? With all the different products that are out there. Yeah, I was going to say 100,000 seems like a lot, right? So pretty much everything is going to get some kind of discount. Hopefully on things we need, Rex, not on BS. You know, I don't need, you know, a couple dollars off like a pie tin. You know? I hope most of the discounts are going towards the more popular items. We got another spot gone in the clearly Donruss filler. And the Packers and Cowboys are gone in select 6. Steven gets another full division spot in midnight. Troy picks up a spot in the Yankees-Mariners. The Yankees-Mariners blah, 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 blah. Flawless random number block, and it looks like we're giving away 2 spots there. So as long as you buy a full spot, you got a chance at another spot. Excellent. And gets the Bears in select 5. Richard gets a spot in the buy one, get one 5-star filler. Richard gets a spot in the Prism Retail, Prism Basketball Retail, second half of that case. Brian picks up the Commanders in select 5. Andrew picks up a spot, 2 spots in the Prism Retail break. And now that has a 3-spot giveaway. So we're only selling 12 of the 15 spots outright. A few of you are going to get extra spots. That moves the needle for Brad, who picks up a spot. Thank you, Bradley. George with the Vikings in select 5. And that sells out select 5. All right, we got a dozen more orders to go. Gilbert with select 6 Jets. So your shop sells smaller, but sells more of the Kroger brands, huh? Those are usually pretty good replacements for the name brands, I think. Panthers gone in signature class. Austin gets a full division spot. In Midnight, Brian B with 2 spots in the Prism Basketball break. Oliver with a spot in the Prism Basketball break. Eric with the Blue Jays in Mixer number 1. Wait, I thought I had Coppola for the Blue Jays. Maybe Coppola has... Maybe I put that in the wrong spot? Coppola's the Rays. Coppola in the Jays spot. It's Rays, not Jays. All right, Eric has the Jays in number 1. Joe with a spot in the Prism Basketball break. Which sells that out. Jeff with Topps Chrome Black Cubs. Joseph with Giants in select 6. Alan with Midnight 1 Panthers. And gets 2 in the 5-star filler. George gets 2 in the 5-star filler. Jesse picks up a spot in the Midnight Division filler, which is that Donruss Optic International box. Brian, ooh. Brian gets the Broncos in select 6. All right, so I've gone through all of the orders. Give me a second here to get everything set up for this break, set up all the spreadsheets, let people know that we're live, blah, 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 blah. And then we'll get our first break of the day going. All right, so as always, if you want to help us out in a different way, you can follow us on social media at JaspysBreaks. And same handle on Instagram, too. We're live on Instagram, live with personals. As always, keep an eye on the break schedule to see what's going on throughout the day. Get your spots and teams, JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Last couple weekends, if you did not sign up for our text messages, and if you don't look at our email blasts, you missed out on some discounts. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. That's not Nick and Bossman's job anymore, Rex. They've got other things to do around the shop. Always double check to make sure you're watching live. Always switch to live chat for the best chatting experience. Let's say you got into a break or you're lucky enough to get some hits last week and you're wondering where your stuff is. You can click that shipping updates link. That'll take you to a Google spreadsheet. I'm telling the boss man to go on a live stream, Rex. I'd be like you asking the CEO to cover for your sick day or something like that. Come on now. Remember, folks, sign up for our text messages. We don't send too many a week, and sometimes we'll send out discount codes. A lot of you missed out. I've been looking at the orders. A lot of you missed out. Over the last couple weekends. All right, but listen, if you want to pay full price, we're more than happy for you to pay full price. We appreciate that. The CEO needs to. That's what we would call a serious misallocation of resources, Rex. That would not be the most efficient way to run things. All right, we're the first of the month, new month, so that means we're going to go from sans serif to a serif font. we'll go through a number of serif fonts throughout the month and see if we settle on something. We'll start off with Endata Pro. Endata Pro is what we're going with for today. All right, let me go grab that case. Let me grab some supplies. Let me grab all the things I need here, and we'll get this break going. My apologies, Tom, if my Dodgers keep killing your Yankees. What time? What was it? First game was green. Yesterday. Will Warren was having a nice season. Yeah. A trainer for me? Undercover Boss doesn't work for a company that's like has maybe 15 people working here, Rex. Just want to print. Oh, as a trainee. Okay, yeah, that might be kind of funny. Well, then the reveal would be like, ta-da, like I'm Nick Jaspy. And I was like, oh, okay. Pretty obvious. I mean, I've kind of known Nick for a long time. It'd be hard for him to put on his disguise and fool me. As underrated of an actor that Nick may be, not sure if he can pull off that Daniel Day-Lewis level of transformation there. there. Got this list printed out. I've got plenty of supplies here. Got my chair here ready to go. All right, I think we're ready to go here. I think for golf fans, Maya Stark is your LPGA U.S. Women's Open Championship winner, the Swede. There's champagne, water on the green. I'm assuming Scotty Scheffler hung on to win the Memorial. Yes, he did. 4 strokes ahead of Ben Griffin. Ben Griffin just couldn't hang on. The Dodgers-Yankees game is the ESPN game. So let's switch over to that. All right, thanks for your patience, everybody. Let's roll. Happy Sunday, everybody. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com here. It's the first of the month, and our first break of the first of the month on YouTube is going to be 2024 Panini Select Football 6-box half case. Pick your team number 5, half case from a fresh case. 5 and 6 are from the same case, obviously. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. We sold it out straight up. So thanks, everyone. Here on a Sunday, June 1st, 2025. So we're switching to a serif font for you font fans out there. George, Last Spot Mojo with the Vikings. Thanks, everyone, for grabbing all of your teams straight up. That's always appreciated. Let's see which side we're going to do here in Select Football. Got an empty case here. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side. On the dice roll. Where'd the dice go? Huh. We got one in here. We'll use this temporarily. Laughlin. We'll look for the Bellagio one a little bit later. All right, 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side, and that is going to be 2. So we're going to do the left side right here. This side we'll save for next time. All right. So I'll mark PYT, mark those on the bottom of the boxes right here so we don't confuse them with anything else. All right, away we go. We had a fairly big slate of baseball games today. Let's go through some scores. Diamondbacks. What's up, Mark? What's going on? You are riding on my Donnerson. All right. What are your plays? Diamondbacks beat the Nats 3-1 in Arizona. In Seattle, Mariners beat the Twins 2-1. Cubs beat the Reds in Wrigley 7-3. Astros shut out the Rays 1-0. Tigers shut out the Royals 1-0 in Kansas City. Giants beat the Marlins in Miami 4-2. Mets beat the Rockies 5-3. Rockies looking for that elusive 10th win of the season. They're the only team not in double digits. Guardians beat the Angels in Cleveland 4-2. In Toronto, Blue Jays beat the A's 8-4. Brewers with the road win. Beat the Phillies 5-2. Orioles beat the White Sox 3-2. Red Sox beat the Braves in Atlanta 3-1. Rangers in Texas beat the Cardinals 8-1. Bottom of the 6th, Pirates in San Diego, they're leading 4-1. And Yankees-Dodgers about to first pitch in a few moments on ESPN. I think Mookie Betts banged up his toe. So he's not in the lineup tonight. But it seems like they're doing okay without him so far, so good. So hopefully he can avoid an IL stint. Jake Ferguson to $2.99. 2 months into the season. Yes, Rex, let's talk standings. God, you've been waiting all season for this. All right, what do you want to do? You lead the way, Rex. Let's check in on baseball standings. Yep, Yankees have 35 wins, 5 games ahead of the Blue Jays. Tigers 6 games ahead of the Guardians. Mariners, Astros in a little bit of a dogfight. Mets, Phillies, game apart. Rex's Cubs up 4 games on the Cardinals, who've been having a good season. And the Dodgers, in spite of all their injuries, up 3 games on the Padres in the NL West. There you go. Now, let's not talk about it for another 2 months. Isaac Guerrero autograph goes to Tim and the Niners. We got Phenomenon, Caleb Williams. All those go to the Bears. So we've reached our first checkpoint, then we'll check back in on the standings in a couple months. Jake Ferguson, That's for the Cowboys. That'll be for Scott, unless something historic's happening. I guess the Rockies are doing something historic. All the other teams just run-of-the-mill standings here. $79 out of 125 on the Xavier Worthy. That will be for Brian and the Chiefs. Jermaine Burton to 99 for the Bengals. Bo Nix. Neon Icons, just base on this one. That'll go to Denver. That will be for Brian. Cincinnati, that will be for George. AJ Barner to 10. Nice. 8 out of 10. Premier level Fess with the Seahawks. Love seeing all the low-numbered stuff. Love seeing silvers for the top rookies here. Here's Caleb Williams. That'll be for Troy. Phenomenon silver. Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. That's going to go to Richard and the Cardinals. Here's a base Bo Nix for Denver. Brian. These golds really pop as well. Stephon Diggs, blue. Troy Taylor. Here's the Bo Nix Neon Icons, silver. I like seeing that. Josh Allen, tricolor. And the autograph is Chris Zorich for the Bears. That'll be for Troy. $69 out of 149. All right, Mark's got a little play for us. That Josh Allen, by the way, to 249. Coppola, Bills. Bo Nix silver, again for Brian B. and the Broncos. And the blue Stephon Diggs, Texans, that'll be for Kevin. That's a 249. All right, nice start. Next box. All right, so Mark's got LA run line for a 5-teamer. Then Yamamoto 7+ Ks, under 4.5 hits, and Dodgers -1.5, under 9. All right, good luck, Mark. Those are some very bold plays there. Mark's looking at the sweep for the Dodgers. I'm a little nervous that the Yankees are going to be angry. But no, Mark's suggesting, hey, the Yankees are house cats this weekend. And the Dodgers are saber-toothed tigers, apex predators. All right. Next box, Jalen Ramsey, blue to 99. That'll be for David H., Miami. Base Caleb Williams, and a silver Michael Penix Jr. Atlanta, Robert picked up the Falcons straight up. Here's a base Caleb Williams. Yeah, that game got out of hand for the Yankees, that's for sure. Here's a silver Caleb Williams. Here's a Kareem Hunt, base Bo Nix. And our first autograph, Marquise Colston. A lot happening here. All right. Silver Caleb Williams, Troy with the Bears. club level. Bo Nix just base. That's for Denver. That'll be for Brian B. Kareem Hunt to Brian B. and the Chiefs. And our autograph is Marquise Colston, Saints. That's going to be for Mark. 18 out of 49. There's Jake Matthews, tie-dye to 25. Robert and the Falcons. And here's a randomizer. Deion Sanders, Falcons edition, Cowboys edition. We're in the multiverse. So we're going to make one person happy, one person sad. It's Robert with the Falcons and Scott with the Cowboys. We'll do that randomizer at the end, along with any other multiverse card that there may be. Yeah, they did, didn't they? They faced the Mets and Yankees. Ah, nice. Mark went to Cooperstown today. Son's baseball tournament. That's awesome. I did go to Cooperstown somewhat recently. What, a few years ago now? The National, whenever the National was in Atlantic City most recently. Here's a nice lime green J.J. McCarthy for George. Last Spot Mojo. I took an extra couple days off after the National. What did I do? I went from Atlantic City. The Drake May base goes to Ron. Went from Atlantic City to Philly. Rented a car at the airport. Spent the night there. It was later at night. Woke up early in the morning. Drove up to Cooperstown from Philly. Once you got to upstate New York, really nice drive. And was there early enough to get into the museum early. And did it one more time. It's somewhat small, so you can kind of breeze through the museum somewhat quickly. So I did the afternoon there and went back the next morning to see some other parts that I wanted to spend a little more time in. Here's Michael Penix's Phenomenon. And then drove back to Newark, I think it was. Dropped off the car, took an evening flight, got back home, worked the next day. But yeah. But great museum, really beautiful. Cool little town. It's just one main street. Dinner at a nice Italian restaurant that's there. I think Dave and Adams have a card shop there that I poke my head into. A lot of different memorabilia stores. It's Tyrone Tracy that's going to go to Nicholas and the Giants. Took a drive around the lake too. That's a really beautiful drive. Dak Prescott to 75. Nice people out there. You know, you've got kind of divier restaurants. You got a couple nicer restaurants that are there, and a lot of memorabilia shops. A lot of, like, you can waste a lot of time poking your head into different places, looking at different stuff. Some are kind of older shops that have a lot of cool old memorabilia hiding in there. You know, some are looking a little more modern looking. There was a shop that I went to that was just a whole wall of minor league hats, which was awesome. It looked like they had, like, you know, grandparents and their grandkids looked like they were working the shop. There were like kids in the background with hooks grabbing you hats and stuff. Great atmosphere, great town. Yeah, for those of you who are big baseball, I know I'm a big baseball fan. Probably more so than any other sport. You know, it's just, you know, for baseball nerd, you know, it's a great place to go to. I think one thing that I would kind of tell people in advance, though, is that it's kind of a quick trip. You know, like, if you're there for the week for, like, a baseball tournament, it's really cool, but I think if you're I would have other things planned, because you can kind of breeze through the Hall of Fame a couple times within a few hours. Even if you stretched it out and took your time, might not even take that long. All right, next box. The pizza joint. Spent the day in shops. Yeah, it's easy to spend the rest of your day in the shops as well. It's a lot of fun though. Michael Pittman Jr. to 249. Sorry, Michael Pittman Jr. There's a Bo Nix Phenomenon Silver. Brian B. Broncos. But yeah, I mean, if you're like, I don't know, I wouldn't make that unless you're going like Hall of Fame weekend or something like that, which is a whole different price point. But unless you're doing that, I would plan, like if you want to go there, like if you're going to New York or around that area for a trip, that would be like the side trip. That would be like, all right, let's spend, a day or two popping out there to Cooperstown and coming back or something like that. I mean, you could do the whole trip just for that, but it could be a good add-on too. Cade Stover. 3 out of 25, die cut, tie-dye. It's going to be for Houston. That'll be for Kevin. And there's those fields are a little bit like 5 or 10 minutes out of town, right? It's not quite on that main drag. I mean, everything's close there, so. Here's Ray Davis to 149. For you book readers, I know there's some of you out there, but the dude that wrote The Last of the Mohicans, James Fenimore Cooper, he's buried there. You can see his grave there. 18 out of 99, Tyrone Chasey, another giant for Nicholas. There's like a small little church that's on a side street where you can see his grave and other old stuff too. All right, here's a Cam Akers for George and the Vikings, 18 out of 49. Here's a rookie Drake May. It's a field level base. That'll be for Ron and the Patriots. And there's a base Bo Nix for Brian B. Got it. The under 14s is down to under 12s is just down the street. And a purple Michael Penix. Nice. That will be for Robert and the Falcons. $43 out of 75. Yeah, Rex. The entire town. I think people had told me, like Teddy, I think, and a couple other people that I knew, and all the people that I met during the National that week. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to Cooperstown. They're like, yeah, it's super cool. If you're a baseball fan, definitely got to go. A lot of cool things to see. But everyone was like, it's a lot smaller than you think it is. You'll kind of breeze through that pretty quickly. There's Luke Schoonmaker, the maker of scoons, going to Scott. 2 out of 35. And there's a red Bo Nix for Brian B. and the Broncos. And you were saying, Rex, you were scrolling through the Dodgers schedule. Looks like an easy schedule, but is there a tough schedule for the Dodgers? I think the tough schedule are the easy teams. That's the time when any good team could maybe take the foot off the gas a little bit. And it's easy to get hyped up, get pumped up for, facing the Mets or facing the Yankees, division rivals, but it's when you're playing, the Seattle Mariners, where, the Chicago White Sox. I don't know if they're playing them, but that's kind of when you're like, all right. That's how you get swept by the Angels a couple weeks ago. The toughest team the Dodgers can face, Rex, is themselves. Obviously, they have all the talent in the world on this team. You know, but really, it comes down to a test of mental toughness. Complacency. Trying to avoid that. Not easy to win 2 World Series in a row. You know, a good chance the Dodgers don't make it there. That's why teams really haven't done it in a long time. Not since maybe the Yankees in the early 2000s to win 2 in a row. And now you add another round of, like, there's like wild card round. You add another like layer, another round, increases more variance. It becomes a lot harder in recent years. There's a silver Marvin Harrison Jr. for Richard. Another base Michael Penix. Silver Michael Penix. Jaden Daniels. Marshawn Lattimore to 249. J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy. Jaden Daniels going to go to Brian B. and the Commanders. Neon Icons, J.J. McCarthy going to George and the Vikings. Another J.J. McCarthy. Marshawn Lattimore for Brian B. 249. And a silver Michael Penix for Robert and the Falcons. We got a Tommy Townsend to 99. Texans. That'll be for Kevin. And we've got a Zach Charbonnet autograph for Fess and the Seahawks. Ooh, the throw way too high. Good job, Yamamoto, for backing him up. He's out. Ball came out of the glove. 37 out of 49. Zach Charbonnet, that'll be once again for Fess and the Hawks of the Sea. Top shared a new Tier 1 Trout bat knob where Trout were Eagles 40, Chiefs 22, Fly Eagles fly on the knob. That's awesome. That would be cool to pull. Here's Rico Dowdle to 75. That'll be for Scott and the Cowboys. Drake May, Ron, and the Patriots. That's one thing the Dodgers do need to clean up a little bit, some of that defense. It's Kieran Williams to 149. CJ Stroud. Here's another one happy time, one sad time. Raiders, Saints, Multiverse, Derek Carr. I think the Yankees defense last night was a little sus too. Both of these teams need to clean up some defense. .64 out of 149. There's a base Caleb Williams right there. And Lorenzo Neal, old San Diego Charger. Will, of course, go to LA. It's going to go to Troy. .396 out of 399, Lorenzo Neal. Here's an XRC card. Malik Neighbors, Kendrick Bourne to 249, tricolor. Austin Eckler. Base Caleb Williams. I'm just going to pull up a checklist. All right, good luck, everybody. It's going to be tight end 1. card number 516. And that will be 516 is Colston Loveland, Chicago Bears. That'll be for Troy. All right, 2 more boxes to go. Let's bring the other box into frame here. There we go. Yankees bats waking up there, Thomas.
Yeah. Because I was at the games, that's why.
That's right. That's right. You're 0-2 on the season.
Let me tell you, Judge loves when I'm there.
Yeah. I feel like both teams need to clean up their defense a little bit, Thomas.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Yankees weren't looking too good, and this one, Andy Pa has like put one like 20 feet above Will Smith's head. I was like, I don't know, maybe the ball slipped out of his hand or something like that, but can't do that.
No.
Although, good on Yamamoto, he was backing up the catcher.
They don't scout him out.
Fundamentals. I don't know, maybe he like threw like a sinker to Kike, and that's why he was just like.
Only 100 miles
yeah,
an hour.
he probably couldn't handle it, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, they're going to eat the run, huh?
First pitch. Let's do this. And Corbin Burns.
Yeah, well, Thomas had previously scheduled last night. It's not like he was just like spontaneously going to the Yankee game. No, he had planned this. This was on the calendar for a long time.
Yeah.
He had marked this on the calendar. Yankees don't come to LA too often.
No. Try to go to the first 2.
Yeah. We just couldn't find someone to cover. I think Jason was out of town too, although that's his usual weekend, but still. J.J. McCarthy base. Jeremy, yeah, go Pacer. That should be a fun series. When does that start? Tomorrow? Tonight? There's Saquon, tricolor to 99. To 99, Eagles. That'll be for Ron. Oh, we got, what is this? We got, different tricolor to 1. I thought I saw some gold. I got excited there. And a Blake Corum. Jared with the Rams gets that relic. $56 out of 149. And we've got some Colts. Anthony Richardson. 2-color patch, tie-dye, and tiny autograph. That'll be for, is it Jeremy? Yeah, Jeremy. There you go, Jeremy with the Colts. Usually gets the Colts. We want this guy to bounce back. Take control of that starting job. Put together a solid season. That's what we want out of him. Pretty good for the hobby. Another XRC card. And a silver Jaden Daniels. Going to Brian B. and the Commanders. And a Drew Bledsoe Cowboys edition to 299 for Scott and the boys. Riley Moss, Raheem Mostert to 175. Dolphins. That'll be for David H. Base Jaden Daniels. Daniel Carlson. Got a Cameron Jordan tie-dye. Got a Damon Clark autograph. Just work through the end of the box here. Marvin Harrison Jr. All right, we got a Jaden Daniels. That's going to go to Brian. The Cameron Jordan at 25. Love the tie-dye look. That's going to go to Mark. 20 out of 25. Blue Dolphin, David H. to 175. And the Damon Clark. $188 out of $399. Scott and the Cowboys. All right, XRC, good luck. The XRC is going to be tight end 2. Card 517. And tight end 2 was Tyler Warren. Is Tyler Warren, Colts. It's going to go to Jeremy H. All right, 6th and final box. Next half in the store, that's Pick Your Team 6. I don't see any other orders coming in, so if you want to keep working on it, let's do it. 20% off the remaining teams in Pick Your Team 6. 10 teams left. We should be able to fill it up straight up, like we did with this one. So keep working on it, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we are officially 2 months into the season now, pretty much, a little over. We did take a look at the standings earlier. Nothing super, you know, we all know that the Orioles season has been disappointing. Everyone else seems to be somewhat on track. Maybe we thought the Braves would be a little bit better than they are right now. Cardinals might be a bit of a surprise. Everything kind of tracks. Rockies could have a historically bad season, so that's something that we can already tell early on. But I think one thing we can start monitoring a little more closely than standings at this point, different awards, right? I don't know if any of the rookies have really separated themselves at this stage of the season, but your AL Rookie of the Year favorites, Jason Dominguez at 17 to 1, Hagen Smith 34 to 1, Christian Campbell 41 to 1, Nick Kurtz same odds plus 4,100, Shane Smith plus 4,100. This is all FanDuel odds. So yeah, no one really separating themselves yet. In the NL, Drake Baldwin is plus 250. Augustine Ramirez plus 350. Then it jumps to 21 to 1, plus 2,100. Haesung Kim plus 2,500. Dylan Cruz plus 3,000. Cade Horton. Luis Angel Acuna plus 4,000. 40 to 1. Jacob Misarowski's not even in the league yet, and he's at 40 to 1. So doesn't seem to be too much clearance there. We'll see who ends up lifting and separating a little bit later. Obviously, the AL, Aaron Judge is at the moment a giant favorite, minus 5,000. Meaning you'd have to give the books $5,000 to win $100. Bucky Irving, red to 99. Michael Penix Jr., Neon Icons, silver. Robert and the Falcons. Next closest is Bobby Witt Jr. at 30 to 1. Then it jumps to 80 to 1. Cal Raleigh. John has the Buccaneers. You'll get that Bucky Irving, 17 to 99. And then I think Ohtani is your favorite. Not as big as Aaron Judge, but he's minus 260. There's Jameson Williams, 13 out of 49. You gotta know when to fold them. NB with the Lions. Nice, Daniel. Thank you. Let us know what you bought spots in so maybe people can tail you. Here's Travis Kelce, 005 out of 149 Chiefs. That's going to go to Brian B. So Ohtani's minus 260. Next closest is Fernando Tatis Jr. at 11 to 1, plus 1100. There might be some value on the Rookie of the Year race. If you want to go after some of the non-favorites, might be some value there if you're into that sort of thing. All right, we got a nice Trayvon Walker. Nice patch, nice autograph for the Jags. That'll be for Josh and the Jaguars. It's 13 out of 25. Baseball Knicks going to Brian. CD Lamb in that sky blue color, that's to 99. That'll be for Scott. And Silver Bow Knicks for Brian. Got a Michael Penix Jr. base, Caleb Williams base, Champ Bailey blue to 99. Caleb Williams for Chicago. It's going to be for Troy. Michael Penix Jr. for Robert and the Falcons. Jaden Daniels, Brian and the Commanders. And we've got another Anthony Richardson for Jeremy H. $10 out of 99. Ooh, and another XRC card. Here's Kair Elam, 13 out of 299 for Coppola and the Bills. And Ryan Kelly. All right. The XRC is wide receiver 5. Wide receiver 5, card 515. Let's go to my checklist. And card 515 is going to be Jaden Higgins. He's with the Texans. That'll be for Kevin and the Texans. Congrats. Awesome. And there's your break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll do a quick recap after I do these randomizers. Let's go to random.org. Let's switch screens here. Let's get an extra list going. First one we'll do is Coach Prime, Atlanta and Dallas multiverse version. And then newly retired Derek Carr, Vegas and New Orleans version. Let's roll it. Let's randomize it. 3 and a 6. Team on top after 9 for each list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9th and final time goes to Atlanta. So apologies to Scott and Dallas, but congrats, Robert and the Falcons. 58 out of 149. Nice dual relic. Next one is Derek Carr. 3 and a 6, 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9th and final time. It's going to go to New Orleans. Apologies to Heath and the Raiders. I did not give you Raider Joe Mojo this time. Sorry about that. But congrats to the Saints. That's going to be for Mark. There you have it, boys and girls. That is Select Pick Your Team 5, Pick Your Team 6 in the stores right now. Take advantage of the discount. And let's look for more XRC cards, more tie-dyes, more big names, Old school guys, new school guys, parallels of the top tier QBs, all that good stuff. That's what we want to see. Pretty solid half. I feel like next half could be even better. There's some gold right there, so maybe a train whistle in there somewhere. So go and check it out. I'm Joe for jaspyscasebreaks.com, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye-bye. All right, done and done. All right, so give me a second here to put all this away. Keep an eye on the schedule for the next breaks, that basketball, I'm pretty sure. Saints, and then Atlanta Falcons. Love this select set. A lot, it's very very clean set. I've come to know and love the design. I really like the sort of subtle updates they made this year. I think it's really nice. Sunday, 1st of the month. All right, Daniel keeping it a secret on what he bought. I'm gonna keep it mysterious until I look at his order. Give me a second, I'll take a look at that. Now he's the only one placing. Oh no, I got another one. Brian B just got in, but I think we're gonna need a few more people than those two if we're gonna keep some breaks going tonight. All right, so Daniel got a spot a little bit everywhere. Got a spot in the midnight division break. And looks like we canceled a filler, added 2 in, so the current filler that's on the site is the last filler. Daniel gets 3 spots in the Encore football box, which is the clearly Donruss filler. Nice. And the 5th spot is a division break spot select football. Nice. Great, so someone join Daniel, help him out. Brian B getting the Patriots in select 6. All right, and that's all the orders I have for now. But Brian does get us into single digits on that select break. Now, if we get a little more help, I'll bet we can get that sold out straight up. If not, if it stalls out a little bit, then I will create a filler for it. But remember, when I create a filler for it, I'll be using the full price of the teams, not the 20% off. Here's the clearly Donruss filler that Daniel got into. Here's the select division break, no fillers for that. Here's Midnight Division. And here's the only filler we're going to do for Midnight. Also, baseball fans, we've got plenty of baseball here. That Bowman mixer would be a fun one to do tonight. That's 20% off. Half a case of jumbo, half a case of hobby. Flawless is in 2 different random number blocks. We had a little bit of action on that earlier today, so someone give that a shot. So there's the first one, and the second one we're giving away 2 spots. That's the more expensive one. The 5-star filler is a buy one, get one. So let's finish that off, then that unlocks the second half of that case. If you are lucky enough to win both teams, or 2 of the 3 teams, yes, that does count as an entry for that break right there, the $500 of break credit. All right, basketball time. We are actually a bit ahead of schedule. This break took me about an hour last time, right? So this is actually a little bit longer than select, yeah. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Happy Sunday, happy first of the month, coming at you with 2024-25 Panini Prizm Basketball Retail Edition. Half case break, that's the second half, and 1 spot gets you 2. Also, giving away 3 spots. So we've got a pretty good deal going on here. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Let me gather. So we only sold 12 spots outright. 3 of you are going to get extra spots. Top 3 after 3 and a 6. 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9th and final time. Bradley, Matt, Andrew, congrats. After 9, extra spots going your way. You got a little buy one, get one scenario here. So let's put those rooftop symbols next to your name so you know that those are your winning spots there. Now, let's randomize you a team. 1 spot gets you 2. Double up. No combos on the teams either. And let's roll it. Randomize names and teams. 4 and a 2. 6 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Brian B down to Bradley. 4 and a 2, 6 times for the teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and good luck. 6th and final time. After 6, we got Atlanta up top, down to the Bulls. And all the other teams in between after 6. All right. Brian with the Hawks, Jesse with the Spurs, Richard with the Suns, Matt with the Timberwolves, Joe with the Hornets, Brian with the Pelicans, Richard with the Wizards, Brian with the Nets, Joe with the Sixers, Last Spot Mojo, Jesse and the Hornets, Sixers, both Last Spot Mojo teams. Jesse with the Bucks, Bradley with the Knicks, Jesse with the Raptors, Andrew with the Cavs, Matt with the Jazz, Jesse with the Grizzlies, Matt with the Blazers, Andrew with the Celtics, Oliver with the Pistons, Matt with the Nuggets, Brian with the Rockets, Bradley with the Warriors, Oliver with the Kings, Andrew, you got my Lakers, Matt with the Mavs, Andrew with the Magic, Bradley with the Heat, Matt with the Clippers, Andrew with the Thunder and Pacers, and Bradley with the Bulls. All right, so let's alphabetize by team. So you can still see Joe with the Hornets and Sixers, double Last Spot Mojo teams. We're going to pause the video. When we come back, we're going to see if there's any trades. Then we'll have the break. Stick around. We'll see you on the other side. Also gives me some time to set up this break. Come on, Andy Pajes. Sometimes that base running is a little questionable. Remember, this is retail edition. The autographs are a little bit fewer and far between. Looking for just the top names in the draft class. Oh yeah, let's finish off this conversation. We're our early Cy Young candidate. It's got to be Tariq Skubal, right? Yeah, he's minus 160. Next closest is almost 8-1, Hunter Brown. Garrett Crochet right behind him. I'm surprised Max Fried's odds aren't a little bit better. And for the NL, Skeens is not a favorite. He's at plus 140. Yamamoto's close behind him, plus 310. And then it jumps to Zach Wheeler, plus 700. We'll keep an eye on these betting markets throughout the season. We'll see who ends up starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Do we have any more Prism retail? Go! Go! Get out, ball! I'll bet Andy Pajes wishes he didn't get thrown out. You know, this 5-star break would be a fun one to do after this break. It's only 22 bucks a spot. You're automatically going to get another $22 spot. Gives you better odds for those teams. And if you happen to get 2 of the 3 teams, right, you got a chance at $500 of break credit in the main break. So link is in the chat. Oh, and I wanted to check if we had more Prism retail. I think I did find one more case to load up. Let me make sure that's the correct case. Yeah, it is. Okay. And that's the only case we have. All right, so there's another half case for from a fresh case. All right. All right. TWC trade window closed here on the 1st of the month. It's the 1st of the month. And the list remains the same. No deals done. But thanks everybody for getting into it. We did find another case, so we got a half case, fresh case loaded up right now. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We can run it back if you want to. Now, for those of you who remember the first half, we did not see any manga inserts. I don't know if they're guaranteed per case or anything like that, but for whatever it's worth, we did not see one in the first half. Let's see if we can find one here in the second half. Last we checked, the Padres or the Pirates were leading the Padres 4-1. Now the Padres put up 1 in the bottom of the 6th, 1 in the bottom of the 7th, or 4 in the bottom of the 7th, and now the Padres are up 4-6 in the top of the 9th. Pirates onto their last 3 outs here. And the other game in progress is the Sunday Night Baseball game. Yankees up 3-1 on the Dodgers. Hey, the Dodgers tied it up with the Tommy Edman solo homer. Okay. Must have missed. Oh, it's the Ben Rice homer. Judge walks. Ben Rice hit a 2-run shot, 425 feet. And so now the Yankees up 3-1. Speaking of basketball, let's ask the people here. Who wins the NBA Finals? Pacers or Thunder? Game 1 starts on Tuesday. We'll take the temperature of the people, see what they think. Yeah, Game 1 starts in OKC on Tuesday. No, check that, Thursday. So it looks like both teams will get a little bit of a rest, freshen up. Game 1 starts on Thursday. So let's take your temperature today on who you think is going to win the NBA Finals. Game 2 is then on Sunday. Those first two are in OKC, and then they go to Indiana next Wednesday. So they're putting a few days in between each of these matchups here. All right. Here's a Donovan Clingan. Rookie silver for Matt and the Trailblazers. Cam Reddish green. I think all card ship in this, right? Yeah, all card ship. Autos are going to be a little few and far between. Here's an Anthony Edwards to 275. Bronny James Emergent. Anthony Edwards, really nice season. Them and the Timberwolves fell a little short, but we'll fine tune it. We'll see how they do next year. I'm sure they'll be in the mix. Spurs might be aggressive in the offseason here. Just saw Miles Turner. I think he might be a free agent. They're going to probably keep that band together, though. Alexander Sarr for the Wizards. Seems to be perpetually rebuilding. That'll be for Richard and the Wizards. But hopefully he might be part of that turnaround. There's SGA. We'll see him in the NBA Finals. Miles Turner, silver. Oh no. Ooh. All right, next box. No one voting in the poll. No one chatting in the chat. Anyone here? Or am I just doing this break solo? Oh, Alan's around. He's saying one left. One left in what? Oh, or you're saying I left? No orders either. Welcome back, Alan. Thank you. There's at least one person. I know at least one person's here. So this is box 2 of 10. After, like I said, there's no orders here. I've not seen an order in half an hour. Nope, Jason W. putting in an order. He gets the Bears in Select 2. So if anybody wants to join him on that, take advantage of the 20% off. So 8 left in Select Football. I'll drop the link in the chat right there. That will go into a filler at some point this evening, but as long as we have orders trickling in, we might accidentally be able to sell it out straight up. There's a Instant Impact Silver Donovan Clean. That's going to go to Matt and the Trailblazers. A lot of big men in the draft this year. Miles Bridges green. There's a Dalton Connect for my Lakers. Why don't they try to hold on to him this offseason? I like his game. Andrew with the Dalton Connect. LeBron, Dominance, Silver, and Green, or Green. And we got a nice Alexander Sarr, 4 out of 42. Nice. Pink Pulsar? Yeah, Pink Pulsar, exclusive to this set. And the number 2 overall pick? Number 1 overall pick? Number 2, I think. Risachet was number 1. Sarr, of course, will go to Richard and the Wizards, and Lakers, that's going to be for Andrew. All right, box 2 in the books. Mark had to replace to back up your original wager. Yeah, I was wondering if you were gonna try to hedge out of that. You're gonna go You're going what? Freeman. We're going hits. Oh, hits, total bases. Hernandez hits. Ohtani homer. Over 11.5. Dodgers plus 2.5. All right, good luck. Freeman, Hernandez, and Ohtani will need to do work if they're going to try to get back into this. Still a lot of game left. We've got points down here. We'll randomize this to one person in the break. Winner take all on points. We'll just add that to the pile if we get more than one. Hopefully that's our only one. That's right. You got to be nimble, Mark. Got to be able to pivot at any time. Two outs, nobody on. Ohtani could probably look to go home run hunting here. Ooh, waves that one. 672. All right, another box. Steph Curry, Keyshawn George. There's a green Dalton Connect for the Lakers. It'll be for Andrew. Showed some really nice glimpses of what he could turn into this past season. There he is again, emergent insert. No, crowd got excited there. Deep Space, Zachary Risacher. That will be for Atlanta. It's going to go to Brian Beat. That's right, Mark. Don't let yourself get attached to anything you're not willing to walk out in 30 seconds flat. Feel the heat around the corner. Love that movie. One of my favorites. Give me all you got. Give me all you got. Man, I could get killed telling you this. You can get killed walking your doggy. There's a silver Zachary Risacher Deep Space. Even better. And the base, that'll be for Brian. I think it's must be the coating on the prism cards that make it stick to the penny sleeves here. There we go. Emergent, Alexander Sarr, green. Wizards, that'll be for Richard. Another box. Apparently that shootout scene is still stands as among one of the most realistic in cinema history. I think a lot of that has to do with, and there's a little dispute about this, about whether they actually used production sound or not, but a lot of gun guys will be like, hey, that gun sounds like that gun. You know, usually you go to the movies, you know, and that gun doesn't sound like that gun. It's too loud, too quiet, you know, blah, 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 you know, so. It's just the wrong sound for the caliber, you know. But multiple people still say that sounds the most realistic, is the most realistic. The Val Kilmer reload on his rifle is allegedly still shown in like rifle training class in the military, saying, hey, you can't do it as fast as this guy, this actor, this Hollywood actor. This might be the wrong job for you. Michael Mann has allegedly turned in a script to Warner Brothers for Heat 2, which he wrote a book, Heat 2. It's supposed to feel Godfather 2-y. It's both a prequel and a sequel kind of thing. I think the book did okay. I didn't realize that Michael Mann I was looking this up the other night. I think he's not getting any younger. I think he's over 80. Might be in his early 80s. All right, next box. Here's a Instant Impact silver Risacher for Atlanta for Brian. Alexander Sarr for Richard. Zion in a little bit of trouble. Some accusations flying around. So it's not good. Got a Paul George to 275. Let's see what the Sixers do in the offseason. They gotta hope Embiid is healthy. They gotta hope that this guy's healthy. Paul George's healthy. Nice. 3 left in the 5-star filler. Allen's reporting. There you go. Looks like some people putting in work. Yeah, we got words from Jason, Alan, Paul, Dan, Jorge. Keep it going, folks. Let's sell it out. That filler is a buy one, get one. It's a very quick break. It won't take up too much of your Sunday evening if timing is an issue for you. Fifth box, box 5 of 10. This break does take a minute or two. We've got plenty of time, and I hope it'll be full before then, but if I finish this break and that 5-star is not full, then I'll probably take a quick little break, find some food. But if that does sell out, then I will do it before my dinner break. All right, that 5-star filler down to 2. We're pulling Yamamoto after 4. I think this just sticks. There we go. Donovan Klingen will go to Portland. That's going to go to Matt. One of a number of the big men taken in this draft. Here's a silver Alexander Sarr. Nice, Richard. And the Wizards. There you go. Thanks, Jesse. Jesse must have gotten it down to 2. Jesse might be lagging behind a little bit. Make sure you're not lagging behind in the stream. Always double check to make sure you're watching live. Just so we're at the same point of the stream. You also want to avoid any miscommunication too. Sometimes people ask a question and they're lagging behind a few minutes and they're wondering why I'm not answering it. And they close the stream in a huff and then they're like, yo, why weren't you responding to me? And I'm like, gotta be watching live. Here's a Ulrich Kamshi. Rookie penmanship for the Raptors. That's going to go to Jesse W., different Jesse, and the Raptors. Another Dalton Connect. And here's Chris Middleton to 275 for the Bucks. That's going to go to Jesse. There's a silver emergent Dalton Connect. It's going to be for Andrew and my Lakers. All right, halfway through the break. Feel free to vote in our YouTube chat poll while you're watching. 62% saying the Thunder are going to win the NBA Finals. Nice. Yeah, I do. I see it as well. I think Jesse might be at the live point of the stream again. Sold out. So that 5-star, I said, hey, if we get that full before I do finish this break, I'll do it. So that'll be coming up next, unless something else sold out before that, which I don't think it did. All right, nice. Thanks, everybody. So I'll go through the orders after this. Now, we'll do the 5-star, we'll do the 5-star filler, we'll do the 5-star break, and then I'll take a break. And after that, what else should we do? Flawless is in 2 different random number blocks. You can get that done tonight. The more expensive of the 2 were giving away 2 extra spots, and the other one's only $70 a spot, which is pretty good for Flawless. The Bowman Mixer, which is a half case of Jumbo, half case of Hobby, that's in single digits. The Division, Midnight Division has a filler attached to it, but 2 full spots last filler. And clearly Donruss is down to its last filler. You just got to do that Encore box. Select Division is down to 5, and Select Hobby is in single digits at 8, 20% off. Second half of that case, which we can do at some point tonight. I'll probably put that into a filler after my dinner break. We'll give everybody a little bit extra time to see if they want to maybe fill that up straight up, which is possible. Here's Mitchell Robinson to 275. Knicks with a nice season. Let's see what they can do to get a little bit better. I think it's going to be an interesting basketball offseason. Here's a Zachary Richardson Deep Space Silver. There's Matis Buzelis Emergent Silver. That'll be for Bradley and the Bulls. Other guy has a big, lot of upside here. It'll be for Brian and Atlanta. Silver Magic Johnson. And here is your Rookie of the Year. Stefan Castle, Emergent. Silver. It's going to go to the Spurs. Jesse. I don't think we've seen any base of him yet. But if I did, all cards ship, so you'll get it. Ryan Yarbrough and all this spinny stuff. No one can get some hard contact on his pitches. Gotta get his pitch count up. Get him out of the game. Get some AC going here. A little toasty in the studio. Here's a Dennis Rodman, 32 out of 42. For the Bulls, that's going to be for Bradley. The Pink Pulsar is exclusive to this set, this retail set. Richard with the Wizards, another Alexander Sarr. Zachary Risacher for Atlanta, that'll be for Brian. Global Reach, Risa Share. What is? Ooh, Cooper Flag. You got 3 Duke guys here. That's nice triple auto.
Up to 10. All first rounders.
These guys are all first rounders?
Be,
Man, that's nice. More points. Like I said, winner take all on the points. We'll randomize that at the end. Name on top will get all the points. Hopefully that's it for the points, though. All right, we've got a Dalton Connect, Instant Impact Green. And I'm looking for some silvers of this guy, Zach Edey. Zach Edey, another big dude. He's got some upside. Keep an eye on him. Memphis, that will be for Jesse. Andrew has my Lakers. Got a Red Wave, Colin Sexton. And we got an Instant Impact, Stephon Castle. That's for the Spurs once again. It's also Jesse. It's a good draw for you, Jesse, in the randomizer. Green Zach Edey for Memphis. Another one for Jesse. All right, 2 more boxes to go. So we got a global reach, Alexander Sarr for the Wizards. Richard with Washington. Tricky bullpen juggling for the Dodgers. They got so many injuries. They might have an entire starting staff and bullpen on the IL. They got Luis Garcia, relief pitcher, on the IL. Kirby Yates on the IL. Michael Kopech on the 60-day IL. Glasnow on the IL. Edgardo Enriquez on the 60-day IL. Evan Phillips is out for the calendar year. He's getting Tommy John. Emmett Sheehan's on his way back. Roki Sasaki should be back soon. Bruce Gratterall's out on the 60-day IL. Blake Trinan, Blake Snell on the 60-day IL. Got a silver alert. Larry Vogt is missing and endangered. Last seen in Torrance. I can't open that link. Let's see if I spot him when I'm out and about. All right, Andrew with Bronny. Let's save one of those Zach Eady's. I don't think we've seen him yet. Matis Buzelis will send one of those to Bradley and the Bulls. There's a base Zach Eady for Memphis. That'll be for Jesse. Global Reach, Alexander Sarr base. Emergent, Bronny. No parallel here. we got a Jeremy Sohan. 6 out of 42. Pink Pulsar. Spurs. It'll be for Jesse. All right, final box coming up. After this, I'll do the randomizer for the points. I'll do a quick recap. We'll go through some more orders, get that 5-star knocked out. We'll take a dinner break after that. I'll put whatever remaining teams of select football into a filler. Remember, that won't be at the 20% off. So if you want to take advantage of the 20% off, buy your teams outright. Remember, clearly Donners is in a filler. We got the Midnight Division break in a filler. Select Division, no fillers. Flawless Baseball, 2 random number blocks. Single digits for the Bowman Mixer. That's been on the site for a little bit. It'd be nice to get at least one half of that case done tonight. Topps Chrome Black almost halfway there. And we got a 2-box break, half case break of NT Baseball. So if you like that high-end baseball, take a look at the Flawless, take a look at the NT. If you want to go prospecting, take a look at that Bowman Baseball. A lot of good prospecting in there. There's gold in them cases. And we got another Prism basketball retail case loaded up. So if you want to chase after the mangas, looks like they're not guaranteed 1 per case, but if you want to chase after some mangas, some exclusives from this set, and some of the upper level rookies, all card shipping this stuff too. I feel like it's a good price point as well. You don't get as many autographs, but you can at least get some parallels of the upper tier rookies and all card chip. Oh man, another one in the gap. We got a Risa Sher for Atlanta for Brian. Alexander Sarr, Richard and the Wizards. All right, and that, my friends, is that. Let's do a little cleanup here. Let's take care of these points. We'll do a recap. Let's flip back to the list. Let's gather all of your names, 1 through 30. New dice, new list. Name on top will get all the points, and that's going to be after 2. Snake eyes. Easy. 1 and 2. There you go. Matt, after 2, you'll get 2 of those 150 point cards. Both of these will go your way. And recap. So did not see a manga in here. Does not look like they're guaranteed a case. Did get some of the top rookies, some of the future stars, some pink pulsars, other parallels. We found an autograph in there as well. So thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for breaking with me. We got another half caser in the store right now. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. You can do that tonight. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next break. See ya. All right, thanks everybody. So of course Matt will get all points. Let's print out these labels. It's like one more spot in that Topps Midnight, and then all we have to do is that filler, and then we're done. So there's a link to that right there, to the filler. Someone grab that last division, and then we are done. All right, Jason picks up the Bears and selects 6 if we want to run that back. It'll be in a filler after my dinner break. Remember, to take advantage of the 20% off, you got to buy those teams outright. There's Allen with a spot, 2 spots in the 5-star filler, which I know is sold out. We're going to do that in just a second here. Paul gets a spot in the 5-star filler. Dan gets a spot in the 5-star filler. Jorge picks up the Dodgers in the Bowman mixer, break number 2. So he has them in both halves. Tanner with the Lions in midnight 2.
You want to hear a crazy stat I just saw?
Yeah.
So wins since May 2nd.
Wins.
The Colorado Rockies and Scotty Scheffler. Scotty has more.
Are you serious?
Scotty has 3, and the Rockies have 2.
That's insane.
Since May 2nd.
That's not good. That's not good for the
That's
Rockies.
crazy.
That's going to be historically bad, huh?
Yeah.
I mean,
they're there.
I don't know if even the White Sox, they must have had double-digit wins by this time of the season last year.
Yeah. Like it's pretty bad.
I mean,
Scotty Scheffler's got more wins in the month of May than the Colorado Rockies.
the crazy thing is, like, every single one of those guys on the Rockies, that they're the best player in Little League. They were the best player in high school.
Yeah.
They were the best player. If they even went to college, they were the best players in college.
Yeah.
All they know is being the best.
Yeah. And then,
And now, like, you have a group of these alphas who are just like, what the fuck is happening? Like,
win.
it's just like,
It's insane.
you feel like you're cursed almost. Like,
yeah, it's insane.
it is insane. By the way, Tanner, the Lion's still available in break 1 if you want to get him there. Jesse picks up a spot in the 5-star filler. Jesse picks up another spot, gets the last 2 spots in the 5-star filler, takes it across the touchdown line, gets into the end zone on his own. Adam picks up division, midnight division. We got 1 spot left in our last filler, and then we can do that. Austin gets 2 in the last filler. Excellent. I mean, we can get that done by the time I come back. All right, so we're going to do the 2025 Bowman MLB Hobby Pack. Then we'll do 5-star baseball, which I think is the last of the 5-star. Then I'll take a dinner break. Which my breaks don't take too long. They're around 30-ish minutes. So I'll be back at around 7 o'clock Pacific, which is about 10 p.m. Eastern. So by the time we get to there, we'll be at the halfway point of the show. Nice. Mark wants that 20% off select, gets the Chiefs straight up. In fact, I should put that on the schedule too. It's in red right there. That's fair warning for everybody. All right, now let's set up this spreadsheet. So a nice start to my work week, a nice start to the month. The first of the month. Well, keep the momentum going, ladies and gentlemen. I like what I'm seeing here. You know, I always like momentum in the first half because that usually sets the tone for the remainder of the evening. So hopefully people will keep things going. A lot of stuff we can do. That flawless is a lot closer than you think. That select football is a lot closer than you think. That midnight division we got to do, that's pretty close too. And the filler can't be too bad of a price point, right? Yeah, we're only giving away 2 divisions, but $25 could get you a $300 division spot. Now do the math. If you're like buying like 10 spots, just buy a full spot. You know, I don't want heartache to happen because only the top 2 are getting in, right? Is it worth a spot or 2? That I think, yeah, absolutely. 25 bucks, that's not bad. But if you're not starting to buy 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 spots, no, don't do it that way. I would rather have you. That's not the recommended strategy. I'll just put it that way. I'd rather have you just buy the full spot. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. With our last filler, our only filler. When you see a filler for a pick your team, that's always the last filler. Giving away 3 teams in 5-star baseball in this Bowman pack, and we made it a buy one, get one. So big thanks to this group. Let's double you up. Double up. And let's do the pack break first. Our second and final dice roll will be giving away those teams. 3 and a 2, 5 times for names and teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Three and a 2, 5 times for the teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Got Seattle down to Cincinnati. There's the first half of the list right there. Second half of the list right over here. Now we can just alphabetize, print, and rip. I just noticed a comment in the Twitch stream. I would encourage you to move over to YouTube. We're going to be probably phasing out our Twitch stream in the next month or so. So I'd get used to being on the YouTube side of things. Can you do MLB autos cards like guaranteed? Sometimes we'll do a guaranteed hit break if you look out for our mystery crates and stuff like that. All right, let's flip back over here. So keep an eye on that, JaspysCaseBreaks.com. But we mostly do group breaks here, random teams or pick your teams. Here's a weather hold insert that's going to go to the Cardinals. That'll be for Alan. All right, so nothing too crazy there, but let's see who's going to win their way in to that 5-star break that's on the table there. Let's gather everybody's names, 1 through 30, and everyone in between. Get them into this new list here. New dice. And it's just going to be the top 3. But name on top's going to get the $300 Yankees. That'll be nice. If you win 2... yeah, you will have an entry for that break credit in the next video. So let's roll it, randomize it. 6 and a 4, 10 times, top 3 after 10. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a little bug flying around. 5, 6 and a 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10th and final time. So 4 through 30, sad times. But thanks for getting in on it. Top 3, though, happy times, because you are in the next video. Alan is happy. Jason is happy. Kevin is happy. And everyone in 5-star is happy because nobody got 2 teams. Everyone else is happy because now you've just reduced the odds, made them better for you for the break credit. There's no additional entries. So Kevin, Yankees. Jason, Baltimore. And Alan with the Angels. We'll see you in the next video. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Did that. Reset that. Reset that. Get Kevin into the Yankees. On the 5-star list. Jason with Baltimore. Alan with the Angels. New spreadsheet. Let's clear these out here. Last spot mojo went to Jason, who got the Marlins and Red Sox. Like $1 million, Jason. I don't know. Let me look it up for you. Definitely more than the cost of the spot. I can guarantee you that. $160. Not bad for $22 in the extra spot. All right, got 5-star, got the thing printed out, I've got the list. Don't need too many top loaders for this. Yeah, I think as long as you were in the top 3, you're gonna make your money back and then some. Okay, here we go. Hi everybody, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Happy Sunday, happy June 1st. And we're doing a little 5-star. I like it. 2024, that is. Topps 5-star baseball, 4-box, pick a team 4, half case break, second half of the case. And if you follow the instructions here, you got a chance at break credit. $500 of break credit to JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We'll do that randomizer at the end of the video. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Jason with double last spot mojo. That's why he's got that star next to his name, Red Sox and Marlins. So that's an entry. Thanks everybody for getting in. Remember, I marked those number 4 so we know they're from the same case. Quick break, just 2 autos in each box. Every once in a while you'll get a bonus. It's usually 2 autos, and we'll use this Jaspy sticker blank back card right there to hide the hits. Just like that. All right, good luck. First one out of the gate is Dodgers edition of Mike Piazza. That's going to go to Alan. Got the Dodgers straight up. And we've got Nate Eovaldi, 16 out of 50. Jason with the Rangers. All right, nice start. Next box. Ooh, that might be... That's a bonus. You got 3. I wasn't lying to you. Could be 3. All right, good luck. Here is rookie Parker Meadows. Tigers, Jason C. Patch auto, Dansby Swanson, 7 out of 10. That's a beaut for the Cubs. Ken with the Cubs. It's a good looking patch. And the next one here is Hanley Ramirez. That's for Jason and the Marlins. Last spot mojo. All right, 2 more. Here is Marco Luciano, rookie auto for the Giants. That's going to go to Ken. Now I'm looking for a Trout. Back here is another Hanley Ramirez, this time to 25. 25 out of 25 for Jason and the Marlins. All right, final box. Good luck, everybody. Here is Cal Ripken Jr., Orioles. That's for Jason K. One of the O's in that filler pack. And the last auto, ladies and gentlemen, is a purple auto. It's Gavin Williams, 16 out of 50. Rookie auto for the Guardians. That's going to be for Brian K. Cleveland, this is for you. There you go. Thanks, everybody. A lot of fun baseball on jaspyscasebreaks.com. Get into it. All right, now let's switch back over here. Remember, if you bought at least an even number of teams, half that amount becomes entries. So let's go over to the list. Let's alphabetize everybody's names by their first names. So Alan bought 2. That's 1 entry. Brian K got 2. That's an entry. DY got 4. That's 2 entries. David just got 1. George got 4. That's 2. That's 2 entries. Jason C got 4. That's 2 entries. Calais got 2. That's an entry. Ken got 2, that's an entry. Matthew got 2, that's an entry. Richard got 2, that's an entry. And Scott got 2, that's an entry. So that's some pretty good odds there. Usually a max amount of entries is 15. Now the max entry here for this particular break is only 13. And I'll do a spot check, make sure I got everybody. Alan, not Murdoch. Yes, Brian K. DY, not David. Yes, George. Yes on Jason C. Calais, Ken. No on Kevin, Matthew, Richard, and Scott. All right, got everybody. All right. New dice, new list. Name on top, winner take all. After 3, $500 of break credit to jaspyscasebreaks.com. Good luck. Fingers crossed. 1, 2, and 3. After 3, it's George. Congrats, George. $500 of break credit going your way. It'll arrive to your email as a gift card code. It never expires. You don't have to use all of it at once. Congrats and enjoy. I'm Joe. I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye-bye. All right. I think DY won $500 of break credit. From the first 5-star break and has gone unused. All right, break credit is sent. Let's reset the list, reset the dice. Let's get these labels printed out. It's the Ryan Yarbrough revenge game against my Dodgers. He was a Dodger for like a season and a half. Only had 89 pitches. Bottom of the 6th, 2 outs. It might have him go another inning. Wow. Punched out punched out Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman with the rare 0 for 4. All right, now I'm looking at 3 orders here. Let me grab those orders before I step away. Nick gets the Raiders in select which is going to go into a filler after my dinner break. I have someone else's name in for the Raiders. What did this person get instead? No, Chiefs. Mark got the Chiefs, not the Raiders, and it's Nick with my Raiders in break 4. Excellent. Brian gets select division break number 3. And Jesse gets 2 in the filler for clearly. All right, good. That's a good little cluster of orders there. All right, for everybody else, remember, select 6 is down to 6 teams. Select division is halfway there. That's the last filler for clearly. 1 full division spot and the last filler for the midnight division break. Just the 2 random number blocks to sell out flawless. 20% off Bowman Baseball. That's in single digits. So there's a lot of options on jaspyscasebreaks.com. A lot of options to get to while I am away. So I just called out those orders. Maybe if you want to piggyback off of the orders you just heard, I'm sure that would be appreciated. Also, select 6 is going to go into a filler when I come back from my dinner break. So whatever teams are left when I come back, I'm going to bundle them up into some sort of filler pack. And remember, when I do that filler pack, I'll be calculating the prices at full prices, not at the discounted price. You got to buy your team outright to do that. Falcons are still out there. Vikings are still out there. $50 Steelers, that's not bad, minus the 20% off. Niners, Buccaneers, Commanders, if you're feeling spicy. All right, thanks everybody. Be right back.
race. And it's a race you have created in our head, you know? We need to step away from that.
All right, we got a handful of orders coming in. We got George with Buccaneers and Vikings in select. Jared with the Steelers in select. Jorge picks up the Twins in Bowman Baseball. Break number 1. Taking advantage of that 20% off. Brian Barnes picks up the Dodgers in Topps Chrome Black. Let's keep chipping away at that. The Dodgers going to be down to their last 3 outs. They're within slam range. They're only 4 runs down, but we got men on first and second with 2 outs. The Yankees want to add some insurance runs here. All right, Brian also gets a midnight division spot. So now all we got to do is that last filler. So that's last spot mojo for you, Brian. And there's the filler right there. Tummy is full, Rex. I am refueled. I'm ready to go. Last filler, no more full spots. Link is in the chat. That's that international box right there. Any other takers on this break right here? I'm gonna start working on the filler. Should be relatively inexpensive. So that's going to go into a filler right now. But you can still buy spots right now. What pack should I use here? Should I use one of these maybe? I could use that pack right there. I'm going to start working on the calculations there. As I mentioned before, when I work on this filler here, it's not going to be... I'm calculating the prices at full price, not the 20% off. Let's pull these teams out of select. And We'll use a 2023 Mosaic Value Pack. We're not using a value pack for any filler, right? I have no idea who's up for the Dodgers. I think Freeman made the last out. Oh, we'll see. Scott Boras caught a foul ball. Oh no, Freddie Freeman's up to bat. Ooh, that's a rough day for Freddie Freeman. 0 for 4. Rare. All right, here is the filler for Select. Three big teams there. Great price point. $800 Commanders being given away, plus the $400 Falcons, etc., etc. And the Niners. That unlocks Select. Excuse me, it's only $50 a spot, and you got a chance at an extra spot, giving you better odds to get some of the top teams. Sells out Select. Pick your team number 6, not 4. So, give it a go. Someone fire the first shot there. No, Rex, what's going to happen is your Cubs are going to bring back Kyle Schwarber in this incredible homecoming, sign him to this big 5-year deal, sign Kyle Tucker to a big 7, 8, 9-year deal. Oh man, the dreams of the Cubs, of you and all the Cubs fans are there. Kyle Schwarber back at Wrigley, you know, right on top of that lineup, rattling off World Series after World Series. Kyle Schwarber winning World Series MVP, hitting 600 in a Cubs uniform. That's what's going to happen. All of a sudden, Cubs ownership is like, you know what? What are we doing? We got to open up the checkbooks here. They're going to re-sign Anthony Rizzo. He's gonna make his, you know, late bloomer comeback. He's going to look like old Anthony Rizzo for a few seasons. They trade for Chris Bryant, pop him at third. His back issues behind him, back to MVP form. Baez comes back. They trade for Baez. They bring the whole gang back together. You know? Then they're just winning World Series back to back to back to back. You know, just going on this unprecedented run. Dreams of all Cubs fans coming true. You know, rattling off MVPs, stomping on the Dodgers, embarrassing them in the process. You know, sweeping them in the playoffs. Oh my God. You know, the Cubs become America's team. Lovable losers no longer. Checkbooks are opened up. You know, they get all the pitching and relief pitching they need. You know, they're taking free agents away from the Dodgers. Man. Yeah, that's the future, Rex. That's what the Cubs are going to do. It's like, what are we doing? We're a multi-billion-dollar franchise in like the second or third biggest media market in North America. What are we doing? Right, Ohtani wants a trade. Yeah, it'll be all that, Rex. No, in all seriousness, the Cubs will never spend that money, so yeah, the Phillies will extend Kyle Schwarber. They're not letting him walk. I mean, they'll probably sort it out in the offseason. Yanka picks up, if not before, Yanka picks up an encore filler. That's going to help fill up Clearly Donruss. So that's down to 11. Yeah, well, I can't see him leaving the Phillies, and I can't see the Phillies not making him an offer that he's going to refuse. I mean, I think he fits perfectly on that team. You know, is a big part of setting the tone of that offense. You know, don't think they want to shake that up just yet. All right, so 11 left in the Clearly Donruss filler. I just loaded up the Select filler right here. And no more full spots at that midnight. That's the last filler. No more full spots. And that'll help sell out midnight. We got Flawless, we got Bowman Baseball, we got NT Baseball, Topps Chrome Black. A lot of fun baseball to get into if you want to visit the baseball section. And we can do another half case of that Prism Basketball, chase after some mangas. One spot gets you two. Select Football, no fillers. Only acting is odd they haven't already signed him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Kyle Schwarber's already pretty established player. I don't think his value was going to go significantly up or down, you know, if he just had a regular Kyle Schwarber season. You know, I don't think it was going to make too much of a difference. But, you know, some players don't like to negotiate during the season. It's just their choice. So maybe Kyle Schwarber's like, listen, we'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Let's just get through the season. If anything, they would have sorted it out over the last offseason. Maybe they just didn't get to something, but there seems to be little indication that Schwarber wants to test free agency and move on and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't know. What are some teams that need a DH that could use a Kyle Schwarber? Obviously, the Dodgers don't need one. Who's DHing on the Mets? Soto? No, Soto plays the field though, doesn't he? Yeah, the Mets have Starling Marte at DH. Yeah, Soto's going to be playing the field more often. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a Kyle Schwarber starting at the top of that lineup. Yankees, maybe. I don't know. Giancarlo Stanton and his contract stands in the way. I know his contract ends soon, but not that soon. He still has 2026 and 2027. And I don't think the Phillies would trade Kyle Schwarber. I don't know. Rangers have been known to spend a little bit of money, right? I mean, they got Jock Peterson, Corey Seager, kind of DH split. They probably wouldn't mind putting him at the top of the order. I think Jock Peterson's only on a, 1 or 2 year deal? I mean, Blue Jays have been dying to spend money. Nobody's taken it. You know, I'm sure they wouldn't mind having Kyle Schwarber instead of Anthony Santander and George Springer. Santander is a minus WAR player, and George Springer has been hitting a little bit better as of late. So yeah, there are some teams out there. You know, Giants have previously tried to spend the money. You know, I'm sure they wouldn't mind having, you know, Kyle Schwarber instead of, you know, Wilmer Flores, who has 10 home runs this season, but I'm sure they would like to replace that with Schwarber. Yeah, I don't know. What was the return that they got for him? I mean, I don't know if the Cubs really regret it. He had a pretty poor season. You know, he's been having a couple poor seasons. You know, wasn't really fielding the ball well. And the Cubs didn't trade him. They just non-tendered Schwarber. They didn't get anything back from him. Yeah, he only signed a 1-year deal, and you know, Nationals didn't trade him either. So he wasn't traded. I guess he was traded. Oh, Nats did trade him. Sorry, they did trade him. He was on a 1-year deal. Then he went to Boston. And then Red Sox didn't trade him though. I think they just went through the season and they just let him walk and became a free agent.
Titanic shot to right center. 2-run shot. She comes in. She's smothered by. Oh, what's going on here? They will take another look.
But the Phillies gave him a 4-year deal. And I think he just kind of stayed healthy and was sort of really, excuse me, sort of really, you know, but I think they were the ones that kind of believed in him, right? And he stayed healthy. So it sounds like Schwarber will probably agree to the Phillies for another deal, just as like a sort of, hey, you believed in me enough to give me a 4-year deal. I'll stay with you guys. The Nats, I don't think we're ever going to give him that kind of deal. I think they were rebuilding anyway. You know, I mean, they didn't really need him. I'm a little surprised Boston didn't give him a look. You know, but maybe he just got a better offer with the Phillies. Maybe they did give him off. I don't know. Who knows? I thought the Red Sox could have used him at that time. But no, Phillies did, and I feel like yeah, I mean, I guess really between the Nats and Boston, he only had, 32 homers, coming off an 11-homer injury season. But, I mean, since going with the... I think the Phillies signed him knowing what he was, right? It's like, listen, we'll take the strikeouts, we'll take the fact that, but you're going to be hitting ahead of, you know what I mean?
Who saved me with the freezer and the Red Bull?
I did. I pulled it.
Thank God.
I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's probably not good. That could explode.
Bro, I literally just thought about it. I'm like, oh. And I went back there, I was like, got gotta be Joe.
I did it, yeah. I was getting some ice for my water, and then I saw it, and I was like... And then I touched, and I was like, oh, this is really cold.
Thank you, bro.
No worries, man. Where's the lineups here? Yeah, and so when you're like, hey, guess what? How do you like hitting ahead of Trey Turner and Bryce Harper? You know what I mean? Or Bryce Harper in front of you and Castellanos behind you, which is kind of mostly where that lineup's been looking. But how about you hitting that cleanup spot? You mind that? Probably not, you know? Or in the third spot. Why not hit in between Trey Turner and Alec Bohm? I mean, where was he playing? Yeah, I guess he did play in the field a lot, didn't he? Yeah, the Phillies almost exclusively has played him, although he played 100 games in the outfield in 2023. But it looks like he's more full-time DH this year. He's played 54 games as DH already. Or I guess last year he played 144 games as DH. I mean, I think he was pretty healthy the first couple seasons, but yeah, I think the last couple seasons they definitely switched him over to full-time DH. All right, there you go. George gets us started on the Select 6 filler. Which is the Mosaic Valley Pack. Thank you, George. 5-spot giveaway as well. So 5 of the 27 spots we sell outright are going to get extra spots. And Devin picks up a spot in the Clearly filler. A little movement on those 2 football breaks. The Clearly filler is the Encore box. That's down to 10. And down to 25 for Select. I feel like we can do both tonight. But yeah, I think you know, sometimes the situation matters. The team batting around you matters. I think the team saying, hey, Phillies probably said, hey, we know what you are. And that's exactly what you want, what we want you to be. You know, just wherever you're in the order, we want you to bash homers. Go. Go forth and prosper. And we believe that you can do that. Here's a 4-year deal. $80 million. You know, here are the players around you, behind you, and you're going to fit right in. You're going to fit anywhere in the lineup. Yeah, Phillies will probably extend Schwarber.
Trades happen all the time, but this is where things start to get pretty crazy. In July 2019, the Thunder traded Paul George to the Los Angeles Clippers, pairing him with Kawhi Leonard. In return, Oklahoma City received a huge ransom that included $2 million and 5 draft picks, one of whom became All-Star Kevin Williams. But the centerpiece no one realized was a centerpiece at the time. Shea Gilgeous Alexander, only the reigning and Western Conference Finals winner. Shea Gilgeous Alexander is the NFL has a Schwarber tree, one that was directly responsible for ranking the Dallas Cowboys as the team of the 1990s. This isn't a knock on George, one of the better two-way stars of his generation. By parting ways with him, though, two franchises found a cornerstone point guard. Now, both meet in the NBA Finals. And one will call himself an NBA champion in a matter of days. By George, the road to this year's finals actually started 8 years ago.
So 6 degrees of Paul George. Our NBA analyst, Tim Leckler, joins the show now. Legs, this is going to be fun. Both of these teams like to get up and down the floor, go, up tempo. Of course, Oklahoma City.
What comes with it, or what other things I have to do, or even what goes into the promotion of a record.
While working on her first album, she began releasing singles and performing wherever she could. Changed his suspension. Franco Colapinto lost on the grid then for Alpine. And Carlos Sainz, his worst ever start at his home Grand Prix, is 17th. Ahead of these two, Esteban Ocon, his worst qualifying in Barcelona, has Nico Hülkenberg in the Sauber company. Ollie Behrman has his highest start since Suzuka. Ahead of him, Liam Lawson in the Racing Bulls. And then the best qualifying result in Formula 1 so far for the man at P12, Gabriel Bortoletto. Alex Albon has Williams' best qualifying here in 9 years. Fernando Alonso starts 10th alongside him, Isaac Hadjo, who was watching PSG with the Champions League last night, alongside the man who starts a place ahead of him, Pierre Gasly for Alpine. Charles Leclerc starts 7th for Ferrari, outside the top 4 on the grid here for the 3rd consecutive season. It's 6th on the grid for Kimi Antonelli, alongside Lewis Hamilton, his best Grand Prix start equal for Ferrari. George Russell starts 4th and led the opening lap from there last year. Max Verstappen's
All right, once again, gang, if you're just joining us, we've got 2 breaks in fillers right here. I'm going to 2 football breaks that I really want to do tonight. So the first one is that Encore box. So that 2024, 3 breaks actually. 2024 Encore football, 1 box. Pick your team number 15. With 10 of 22 spots left. We got a 10 Encore box spot giveaway and an 11 team giveaway, and that sells out. 2024 clearly Donruss. Pick your team number 6. The second half of that break that we opened up last week. The 2023 Mosaic NFL value pack. And team number 64 with 22 of the 27 spots. There's a Mosaic pack spot giveaway. There is a 3-team giveaway. Commanders, Falcons, Niners giveaway. So there's some really nice teams, including the $800 Commanders. Sells out 2024 Panini Select NFL. That's the second half. Pick your team 6. Select 6 and, right? Select 6 and clearly 6. And the one that's the closest we'll put up on top right here. That 2023 Optic NFL International box. Random team number 12. With 28 spots left. With a 2 division spot giveaway. Sells out 2024 Topps Midnight Football Random Division number 2. I feel like those 3 breaks we can get done tonight. We got time for it. There you go. Brian just picked up 3 in the filler for Select. So I think football is on people's brains tonight, so let's focus on that. And let's get it done. So who wants to follow Brian into action here? Down to 22. So there you go, down to 22 left in that select filler. I just posted it maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. Let's keep working on it. You have a friend who's a Phillies fan, and they said this was the worst signing ever. Was really upset. Now he said they have to sign him. Yeah, I mean, you know, for fans who see Kyle Schwarber and they're just like, what are we doing? Turns out front offices are probably smarter than the average fan.
When everything's counting and they start here. And if you want to ride on board with Oscar Piastri or anyone at the start of this race, you can do so. You need your Sky Sports app, your Sky Sports ID to log in with, or if you're watching on Sky Q, Sky Stream, Sky Glass, or now, use the interactive button on your remote control.
So what he was talking about there with the clutch position, the first drop in the clutch, 1%, that was very accurate. But then he was too slow to further release the clutch after that, and so he was losing out a lot of performance down the straight. So let's hope he sorted it out now for the main start.
Max Verstappen's at 139 of the last 150 racing laps here in Barcelona, but he starts 3rd on the grid today, 2nd row, alongside George Russell. It is McLaren on the front row.
And don't forget to vote in our YouTube chat poll. Who do you think is going to win the NBA Finals? 61% so far saying Thunder. I think they are the favorites, according to Vegas.
66 laps. It's all eyes to the screens at the moment. If you're in the garages, it's all eyes focused on the gantry above their heads.
All right, so that Optic box, remember, sells out Midnight Division. That's down to 28. That's only $24.99 a spot. The Encore box, which is down to 10, that's the closest. That sells out clearly Donruss. And the Mosaic pack, value pack, sells out Select. And Brian got us down to 22. The percentage is a team taking a chance on a player that has improved himself after the season, that actually works. I think that's percentage-wise, yeah, I don't know. I'll bet more often than not it doesn't work out. But you also have to balance it with how much are they paying him. You know, if you take a chance on, no one wanted Teoscar Hernandez last year. Dodgers picked him up on a 1-year deal. What, $15 million or something like that? I don't know, forget what the deal was. $23 million. So they signed him on a 1-year deal for $23 million a year. Right? So I think he had an okay season the year before, but nobody wanted him. Dodgers picked him up, turned out to be an integral part of the lineup. That worked out. But a lot of times, a lot of teams will take flyers on players for $5-10 million or whatever for a 1-year deal. And if that doesn't work out, it's no big deal. It's not, it's part of baseball. But like if they sign a player for a long-term deal for a lot of money and they take a big gamble there and that doesn't work out, then obviously the impact is bigger. And that deal gets under the microscope a lot more often. So I don't know if we can look at it just as who made and who didn't, but I think how a player is compensated, because if you sign a player that might have some upside, give him a 1-year deal for $10 million, you're probably like, all right, yeah, if he doesn't work out, awesome. If he does work out, great. And a lot of times, a lot of people are okay with that. I mean, even with Teoscar, if he didn't work out at $20 some odd million, which for a player of his caliber for a 1-year deal, that might be okay. You're like, all right. If he didn't work out, you'd be like, all right. For the Phillies at the time, signing, an $80 million for 4 years, that's only $20 million a season for Kyle Schwarber back, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever that was. That's not a bad deal for Kyle Schwarber. So I don't know why your friend was that. Maybe the years, maybe 4 felt a little long at the time. But yeah, when you're going that many years, I feel like you probably do want to make sure you have a little more confidence. I guess the Phillies saw something that a lot of teams didn't. Eric is seeing some value in that encore box. He's going to get a spot. So that should get us into single digits. And there's George with 2 more spots in the select filler. He's got 4 total, joining Brian's 3. Anybody else want to join those guys? We've got 9 left, thanks to Eric. Someone join Eric. He got that down to single digits. And George got us down to 20 on that select filler. Remember the Donruss division filler? The Midnight division filler, down to 28. That's probably the least expensive of the 3 fillers. All right, so we're down to 20 here. And down to 9, single digits, thanks to Eric over here. It's a good question. I think Walker Buehler's been doing okay. Yeah, 9 starts, 4-3. ERA is a little high, WHIP is a little high, but 42 strikeouts, 46 innings. That's not too bad. His last start was yesterday, it looks like. Not a good start here, but I think this he was ejected from the game. He only had 2 innings there because he was ejected, but yeah, he's doing all right. I think for the most part, the velocity is kind of there. Still have the get swing and miss stuff. I don't know if he eases in and has a nice, if he has a nice season, nice end of the season, he might test free agency. If not, I could see the Red Sox taking another, and Walker Buehler agreeing to take another chance at $25 million. So we'll see. Walker might be pressing just a little bit just to try to hit free agency and try to get a nice deal. Yeah, George, I wouldn't mind that select either. Giving away extra spots within the pack break itself, $50, not bad price point to try to chase after an $800 team. But we're already 3 hours away from the end of the show, so the clock is becoming not our friend. Obviously, at the beginning of the show, the clock is our friend. We'll get all day. Now we're past the halfway point of the show, and within 1 quick hour, we'll suddenly be hitting the 4th quarter of the show, and the clock does not become our friend. Let's get friendly with these breaks, ladies and gentlemen. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Looks like a lot of the attention is in the football section. The Encore box sells out the Clearly. The Mosaic pack sells out the Select. The International box right here, Donruss Optic International, sells out midnight. All the breaks, no more full spots. Those are the last fillers. Encore, last filler box. Value pack, last filler. International box, last filler. No more full spots. And sells out these 3 breaks right here. So let's get it going, folks.
Escape road. So, all settled down a bit. I think George lose that position to Leclerc. But he lost the position to Leclerc later on. He was in such a comfortable position, actually. Not long waiting for the position. And this was where Lando Norris lost the position to Max Verstappen. He was very championship game there. He has to be careful. He cannot afford to lose points in the crash to Oscar Piastri. And he knows Max Verstappen is not going to give way. So it's either you're careful or you might crash. This is Lewis Hamilton's start. Here's his teammate, Charles Leclerc, coming at him. Then Lewis picks up the slipstream, and ahead of him, opportunities open up. Dances round the outside. Very neat. That's the moment where in the helmet you're like, yes! That was awesome. I'm sure. Nico Hulkenberg been noticed for leading the track and gaining advantage, by the way. This is Liam Lawson. That is where Fernando Alonso got hit by the racing balls. Now we can ride on board with Hulkenberg and see what he did at the start. Probably benefited from that collision right ahead of him, right? Yeah. Someone person on the left almost got shot very well. Wow. I don't think he comes to what it is. Also, it's Albon. It's Albon on the left hand, but avoiding action. drivers leaving the track. They might be going to advantage, but they went down the escape route and did everything that they were meant to do.
Yeah, I think it looked fine overall. You know, he's struggling a little bit at the moment is Lewis. And Charles looks extremely quick at this point in time in the race.
Williams turning out Alex Albon at 2 box. DRS here for Charles Leclerc. He's coming out Lewis. Is Lewis going to defend this to Igor? He is, you know, he's not letting Charles Leclerc pass. And Ferrari in a situation this afternoon where later in the race, Charles Leclerc, 2 new sets of medium tyres, should be the faster Ferrari because of that tyre advantage. Is it worth Ferrari playing the strategy game here and saying, Lewis, let him go through?
I tell you what, if I was Lewis's engineer now, I would say, Lewis, give it everything, pick up that pace, because otherwise that call is going to come very soon. Let your teammate by for a chance to get a podium.
So it's Alex Albon with the damage in the Williams. And stops there to replace his front wing back into this race. Really not going according to plan for Alex Albon. It was a chunk of time at FP2. Didn't do FP1 with Victor Martins was in his car.
So let me explain that for you. In the first 2 laps, that's when the temperatures shoot up from being in a cold position and they shoot over the ideal temperature. And it's in that peak where you create the most damage. So that's why in these first couple of 4, 5, 6 laps, you want to manage that peak and not like create unnecessary damage. And as the engineers see the temperature, and in the car you see as well, the temperature is coming down again, then you can start to push a bit more. And we're seeing the pressure that the player is putting here on Lewis. I just saw Lewis in turn 7. He's really struggling with the rear end. Look at that rear end moving all the time. It's just snapping and snapping and snapping. He's just really uncomfortable in that car. Really not good to see. I don't know what's going on. And that's not normal. That the player can follow so closely.
Well, at this stage, Charles Leclerc is getting close enough to Lewis Hamilton to shout out, I want to come past. Into turn 5 we go. No gap appearing as yet. But DRS in a few corners time to try and make a move into turn 10 if he's close enough.
But unfortunately, the team has to do it soon. Because Charles with the new tyre and the pace he has a small chance of maybe keeping up with the gap in front. And so I guess unfortunately they have to do it pretty soon.
What's those 2 new sets of medium tyres that are going to pay dividends for Charles Leclerc later in this race? And now they've won it. Mercedes Ferrari in a much stronger position than they thought they might be in the opening stages of this race. A race Bernie Collins, I'm told, is a tyre temperature race as well, with the engineers watching how hot or cold those tyres are getting.
Yes, exactly, Coffee. And I don't know if it's ultimately about the tyres or about something else, but McLaren has been told he needs more left and close for tyres. For exactly that reason, to bring the temperature down. To pick up on Nico's point, Hamilton is...
He's going for it, Bernie. I'll interrupt you in 2 seconds. Charles Leclerc trying to get past Lewis Hamilton into turn 1. Nothing doing. And Nico Rosberg shaking his head alongside me.
No, I mean, I'm shaking my head because Lewis is 1 second a lap slower at the moment.
So Norris.
Yeah, so unfortunately they just have to swap and give Leclerc a chance. If it doesn't work out, you can always kind of swap back later or something, but it's not nice to say it, but that's the way it is at the moment.
Bernie, back to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Lewis Hamilton been given an engine brake and change, so that's to help the stability of the rear of that car, which Nico picked up.
Thanks ever so much indeed. Yuki Tsunoda pitting early to get rid of
All right, any other takers? Brian. Brian gets a spot in the encore box.
So Albon moves ahead to 18th place.
Eric just got that into single digits. Brian's going to keep it going. This is the closest to filling.
Said no further investigation. When he left the track and allegedly gained an advantage.
It's an encore box. We just do the box like we do a normal break, then we give away the remaining teams.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they have the Sky feed on their pit wall, so they were listening in on our advice and of course made the call. But you're
Someone's going to take that seriously.
I'm sorry, but this is, can I just say also, this is horrible for Lewis, right, this situation. You're in that car.
So here's the, if you're visual learners right here, there is your encore box. We do that like a normal break, re-randomize your names, and at the end we match you up with the team. Top 12 will win teams in Clearly Donners. Top name will get the Commander, second name gets the Bears, next name gets the Patriots, so on and so forth. Just randomizing your names, not the teams. That sells out Clearly Donners.
These are early stops in the race. If it's a 2-stop strategy, they are going to have to.
This Mosaic Value Pack right here, sells out the select break that's right here. Pick your team 6. Second half of the case that we popped open earlier today. All right, Exhibit A, Exhibit B. I feel like a courtroom lawyer here, showing all the exhibits. And what's the other one? That international box. Where is that? Where the hell is that international box? Got one right here. So that international box sells out midnight football. Let me go grab that case.
Which he has done, but only just Hulkenberg now on those medium tyres. He's going to push Gasly all the way through turn 3 and up to turn 4 here. The undercut very, very powerful. You stop before the car in front. You try to make a little gain by getting use of some fresh tyres before your opponent can react. And it very nearly works out for Samuel and Gasly. Seems to have held up on the time being. Lando Norris has just eaten out a couple of tenths on this lap of the Verstappen's advantage. So is this another race, Nico Rosberg, where we're seeing the McLaren better tyre there coming into play?
So I think this division case plus the pick your team might be our last cases. So this filler international box sells out this case of 2024 Topps Midnight. Do I have exhibit here, like the former old rapper exhibit? No, he is not here, I'm afraid. What is exhibit doing these days, you think?
This could be a full send it down the inside or dance around the outside. He's going to try and send it down the inside. Verstappen's not even defending this one because he knows that it's a little bit futile and the Lando Norris has that extra grip and it's McLaren back 1 and 2 here as Norris makes the place, moves up in the second.
Okay, that was critical. The race is on now between Lando and Austin. Let's see what pace Lando has now. The problem is, of course, he was sliding around more following Verstappen, so he's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I've got everything here with me. This is the break closest to filling. Let's keep that in bold right there. We're already at the 15-minute mark. Maybe we can get those 8 spots going by the bottom of the hour. This Encore box selling out the clearly Donruss right here. That sells out that. 8 box break. Clearly Donruss. Pick your team 6. And I don't know if we have any more clearly Donruss.
doing a crest to run, not turn 5. Max Verstappen pits, he will come out. Red Bull in front of Isaac Hadger. There goes Kimi Antonelli. Here comes Isaac Hadger. He's not going to beat the Racing Bulls out of the pits. So Verstappen suffering with that tyre wear, making an early stop, comes back out in the race. Anthony, now to you.
So Verstappen clearly and Red Bull changing their attention to what's behind them. As soon as that overtake was made, as we see up on down the inside into turn 1, does he make it spin? No, he doesn't, with Alonso on his outside. So Alonso's got back up to speed. But yeah, clearly Red Bull, that's why he didn't defend Norris. That's not his race today. Now they're looking behind them. They want to consolidate what they have. Leclerc made that move on Hamilton, and that was critical. Russell's not too far behind. That was 1.7 seconds behind Hamilton as well. I'm sure he's lining up later on. So now it's all about Red Bull looking behind them and what they can do, and that's why they just pitted.
And race control, Bernie Collins.
Yeah, so just to pick up on that coffee, I think no one's going to stop already. Looked like they've committed to the 3-stop strategy, which wasn't a lot of talk about before, but that's where they're going. Alonso, as soon as you allow the crowd there, on the phone to the radio, everyone saying, we need to commit to something. Are we doing it for 2 or are we doing it for 3? He's been told about the guys behind that need to make a decision which way they're going, which is what the stop.
A 3-stop on paper, Nico, is not the fastest way to do this race, but we've seen Max Verstappen convert and switch strategy in a race to great effect. We've seen Lewis Hamilton do it. You can keep your options alive and make that change and make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's too early to say what they've done now, but certainly interesting. It's not better.
Fernando Alonso we saw going off the track at turn 5. He's been noted for rejoining unsafely. Hasn't gone to the stewards as yet. Pinto pits now for Williams, and that gap staying steady out in front. Oscar Piastri 4 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Then back to Leclerc, Hamilton and Russell, who if they want to respond to what Max Verstappen is trying, have probably left it a bit late to respond and be ahead of Max Verstappen. So they've gone to a 3-stop and Red Bull, Ferrari, Leclerc, Hamilton, Mercedes with Russell, the 2 leaders, content with a 2-stopper currently at the moment. What it means is, Nico, we've got to keep our wits about this, but we might not know who the genuine leader is of this race until much later on.
That is correct. Keep an eye on Lando and Oscar now. Oscar has kind of responded and has accelerated, improved his pace. So now it's really equal between equal lap times between the two. But that's still strong from Lando because his tires are more worn, so it's still a good indication for Lando.
Into turn 10 we go with Max Verstappen. Isaac Hadger hasn't stopped yet. Verstappen has. And it just feels like an age that you're in that corner and trying to get the cars slowed down enough, but Verstappen did that at least nice move there to move up to 7th and setting a new fastest lap in the process. But on the soft tyre once again. You've got to run 2 different types of compounds during the race. So there's at least 1 more stop coming for Max, we know that. Maybe another 2 as into the pit comes the 1 remaining Aston Martin. It's Fernando Alonso. Off will go the medium tyres. Maybe that Aston Martin. He's back out to the track as the stewards say that he did rejoin safely as he made his way back onto the track. There's no further investigation needed. Alonso though now into 17th place for Aston Martin team. And the 6th fastest car in this race today.
Some of us dream in color, others in black and white. And some dream
All right, Jesse gets a spot in the encore box, following Brian, and then Brian back in with 2 more in that encore box. All right, we just have 5 left now. 5 left.
for July 31st.
So we're just looking for 5 more people right there. Gets us to sell out the break. I'm setting up the spreadsheet right now. I'm setting up the break right now.
Ordinary water into extraordinary hydration with monnth Hydrosigns. With an optimized ratio of electrolytes, essential vitamins,
So almost half of you are going to get extra spots, and almost half of you are going to get teams in Clearly. So that's a pretty good that's a pretty good return, I think, for $50. And a shot, if you cross your fingers, a shot at some of the nicer teams there as well. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Scared money don't make money, ladies and gentlemen. You can't win if you don't play. All the cliches are in play right here. You can't get to the last spot until we get to the next spot. I've got the box right here ready to go. The Clearly Donruss box is right behind it. 5 spots left. Who's next? Let's fill in 5 more names right there. Let's go, gang. Let's do it. Got my hydration ready to go. Long, this is definitely a troll, right? Nothing exciting, Long. Nothing exciting. Just went to the grocery store, got a couple things at the deli. Got a nice Vaughn's turning into a Pavilions across the street, so that's nice.
So stopping first before anyone around might want to get their stopping.
Okay, now Lewis's engineer should build it up again and say, hey Lewis, okay, different tire on now.
Remember, these 5 spots, they sell out the break. No more full spots, no other things we got to do. That is all. Fill in those 5 names. Right, we're only selling 22 spots outright. 10 of the 22 spots are going to get extra spots, and then we'll take all 32 names. 12 of the 32 are going to get teams in Clearly Donruss. Feel better about the Raiders than I have in a little bit. I feel like Pete Carroll will make it through to the end of his contract, as opposed to the other hires. You know, it feels like there's an adult in the room. Feels like he knows what he's doing. You know, I like what they did in the draft. I like what they did in free agency. You know, they did what they could at the quarterback position. Geno Smith's not too bad. Still a lot of things they, after years of poor drafts. Raiders' depth is a little weak. Their defense could use a little help. But you know, they're in a tough division, so I'm not expecting much there, but I'm expecting just some more competitive football. You know, it's just something to watch on TV, right? Not be embarrassed on a primetime game. You know, make a little noise. Maybe break some hearts, you know, at the end of the season for playoff hopeful teams.
So it's less grip, like you can't.
So as long as that happens, I feel pretty good about it. Should be a good season. Everyone's got to stay healthy. Knock on wood. Maybe some defensive players need to step up a little bit.
That radio message about the undercuts and Lewis Hamilton, who were they protecting from?
Well, they're protected from obviously Russell being the closest one to them in that instance, Crofty. And he was just quite close to coming in. That's what they're saying. They didn't want Russell in the box first and come out ahead. They don't think they necessarily would have the pace to overtake them. But they do have the pace to stay ahead if they can at this stage. The problem is that lap 17 stop is a bit on the early side to stay up the chase stop for a driver that is only one medium and one hard left to go to. So can he defend from Russell for the next two stints? That's the big question. That Hamilton knows that, and that's why he's asking for more. Is it not too early? Leclerc in slightly stronger position, have we discussed, with 2 meters of it.
George Russell not fighting Max Verstappen down turn 7. That's another place game. Brian, the four-time world champion, a man who's won here in each of the last 3 years. He's back up into the podium races now.
All right, and for you visual learners out there, these 5 spots, that sells out the Encore box, which sells out clearly Donis in the background right there.
He's protected against the undercut from Norris by putting nearly 5 seconds between himself.
That's it.
Yeah, just goes to show that he was managing his tires a lot. Not at the end of the steady start.
So who's next? Right? Big thanks to everyone here. Mark, Alan, Jason, Steven, Clifford, Daniel, Jesse, Yanka, Devin, Eric, Brian, Jesse again, Brian again. Thanks, gang. Appreciate all of you. Now we just need 5 more people. Would love to see some new names on that list as well. Link is in the chat. That's the Encore box. Let's do it. Sells out clearly.
Simple, but may I just tell you that was one hell of a lunge there, and you don't normally go for a lunge in that corner. That was impressive.
Hulkenberg gets ahead of there's Behrman getting ahead of the Racing Bulls, Isaac Hadja. So Behrman moves up into 11th. He's stopped in this race so far. Ocon hasn't stopped, currently running in 10th. Hadja now back ahead of Behrman. The idea of their strategy, if you could, Antonelli and Russell haven't stopped. Norris and Piastri haven't stopped in this race. The rest all have. So that pit window, pitting between laps.
Union voting took place last week. Rex is saying 74% of your local union voted no for the contract. So that gives strike authorization. You don't want to strike. You need to make the money, right?
So not a surprise really. He's going to come out behind the flare.
But what if striking now means more money later?
Gap back to Gasly. Is that car in the distance rounding the final corner? So Mercedes and George Russell in and out, and crucially out into some free air. Makes such a difference here if you can get free air to running teams.
Yeah, it's huge. That's a huge difference. That turbulence is causing so much different angles, so much more, you slide so much more, damage the tires so much more.
So the gap between Lando Norris and Max Verstappen is about 15 seconds at the moment. And out into the sunshine come the McLaren crew. And I think this is going to be for Lando Norris. It is going to be for Lando Norris. Making his way in for another pit stop. The Aston's going to extend and make things a bit more comfortable for him to the end of the race, or the second and third stints. And protecting against Kimi Antonelli, who hasn't stopped yet. Nice slick stop by the McLaren crew. He's back out again. Verstappen will move into second place, and Norris will come out on his own in third. But crucially, with fresher tyres now than Max Verstappen, who's had 8 laps of his current set of soft tyres, and he can push a little bit harder on those mediums. As Antonelli now makes his toll. was like a testing was going on there. It was just so calm in the pit lane, wasn't it? Bernie, to you.
Yeah, I just want to come in there and not pit stop for Norris. That was because as the Mercedes are stopping, it's opened a nice window behind the stopping for them to box into. So as soon as they've got the Mercedes out of the way, they've got a nice clear bit of track behind the stopping, and that's what they're both going for.
Antonelli comes out behind Gasly, who stopped that much earlier, and heads of Hulkenberg. And they're coming out into the sunshine again at McLaren. Right in front of our commentary box, the crew are standing by and waiting for Oscar Piastri, the race leader, to make his stop. And there should be enough time for the
Nancy picks up a spot in that Yankees random number block for flawless. That's pretty nice. She has a spot in the other filler as well, the Braves, Cubs, Astros, etc., etc. So maybe that's another thing we can work on tonight.
Yeah, just that, of course, Max Verstappen's tires are very worn by now. Oscar's going to be so much quicker, so I think he should be flying by at some point very, very soon. Lando did have a slow stop.
Well, yeah, I mean,
3 seconds. Oscar
it's a collectively bargained agreement.
They don't sound like much, but it is a lot. And then to catch them back up again on the racetrack is very, very difficult.
The race of the one-run match was just about 2 seconds yesterday last year over Lando Norris, so big sense. It means a huge amount. Maybe a couple of seconds. We're on board with Isaac Hadja. Even Hulkenberg is the car ahead of him. He stays ahead into turn 1. And down to you.
Yeah, Crofty, as I was looking at Norris when he came in, checking what the team would do with the front flat, they left it. I was surprised because before that pit stop, he was complaining that his rear tyres dropping away. So I was fully expecting him to go down to the front wing during the pit stop, putting on the mediums, and just take out a little bit of front wing, but that didn't happen. So let's see what happens in this stint. Nico was right when he was saying about the reason why he had more tyre deg than his teammate Piastri in that first stint, because obviously following Verstappen so closely for so long. So not surprised he struck with the car and losing his tyres beforehand of that with Piastri. So it's a reset now. Let's see how they get on.
Is it fair to say, Nico, that there's been some short-term gain here for Max Verstappen, but is there a bit of long-term pain coming his way by stopping?
All right, well, we hit the 30-minute mark.
But then again, it depends.
Our next time slot, we're looking at the 45-minute mark.
You still don't know.
And there's Nancy with another spot in the random number block, her second in the Braves one.
Looks right on time for McLaren.
Antonelli, Kimi Antonelli, who's only been on these tyres for a lap, has enough grip to take the final corner much faster than Pierre Gasly. Gets the overtake done at the second time of asking behind him. Isaac Hadja, who's
There's the baseball section right here.
Nice. This place is swapping around all the time because of this tyre offset that they keep talking about. Where some drivers are on fresher tyres than others. We'll just get a mixture of 2 and 3 stop strategies here today, which will give us a lot more overtaking. We'll see if we can shake out a bit in the final stints. And we've still got a long way to go in this race. Lawson stuck behind Alex Albon down in 4th.
What break are you in, Long? You can try to twist Rex's arm to get into your break.
66. Who's playing the master stroke so far for you, Nico?
As I said, it's just difficult to say for now. Also, you won't see McLaren's pace now because, again, this is the first couple of laps where they really need to manage the tires because it then helps to extend the stint so much. You need to be careful not to spike those temperatures too high in these first laps after the pit stop, so you won't see their potential yet.
So I want to see that again. Ian Wilson thinks that Alex Albon should be given the place back, and Alex Albon thinks that he was pushed off a bit. Hair snapping away in the rear wing of Ian Wilson's racing horses Fernando Alonso. Do you know what? If he can get ahead of the New Zealand driver, then it's going to be very difficult for Alex Albon to give the place back to Ian Wilson. But hopefully we'll see a replay of the incident in a moment as it's a bit of Sonoda in the second red. What is Lawson going to have a go down the inside? Now Bob moves to cover that off in the turn 1. Lawson drives it down the outside and does so. Quick step from Liam Lawson up in the 12th. Fernando Alonso is waiting to bounce there. Was that a bit of body work that just came off as Alonso goes past Albon?
Front wing, Albon's front wing end plate is missing.
That's true. Rex does have a potential strike looming.
So Albon would need another front wing. It would be his second one already this week. So it's terrible to collide again.
But what creating a turn one incident between Albon and Lawson. Let's have a look at it.
Clearly 6, select 6.
I mean, Liam doing everything. Oh, this is the prior one, huh?
Yeah.
Dive bombs it. It's his corner. And then Albon stays in front of one of the exit. No, that's not on. So Albon should have let it pass. Because Liam did everything perfectly. Dive bombed it, one ahead. It's his corner. Alex needs to yield. You know, he needs to yield and back out. And then he cannot stay in front afterwards. So, oh my goodness, this is a total day to forget. So Alex is crashing here as well again.
That's the second half. So the bodywork coming on.
Day to forget for him and for Williams.
Trouble with that escape route is it can actually be faster to rejoin the track. Yeah. So he's complied with the rules about where you need to rejoin. He was still ahead of the car, but you're right in saying he did have the corner and he should have had the advantage. 5 seconds out in front, Max Verstappen leads to Oscar Piastri. Verstappen on a soft tyre, Piastri though is switching on to the mediums for the second stint. Bernie to you.
Yeah, I just quite uncropped it. Watch out for McLaren. McLaren is one to watch in this. Exactly what Nico said. He's on Ian on whole medium. He's actually 4 to 5 tenths quicker than the two McLarens at this stage. So I think he has a good chance of finishing ahead of Verstappen because he's on that two-stop strategy. And he has the other medium corners. So the medium working really well at this stage. Verstappen losing behind it at 3 cars behind him.
I suppose it depends, Bernie, if Max Verstappen can extend this current stint and try for a two-stopper. But do we think a three-stopper is more likely to our current race leader?
I think from Verstappen it will be more likely because he's carrying significant degradation. Degradation, the tyre is going off, getting slower by a tenth a lap. And that's quite significant. Verstappen stopping 9 laps earlier, that's 9 tenths of degradation over the two McLarens on that soft tyre. So I think it's looking like a 3-stop from Verstappen at this stage against the 2 stops of Ferrari and McLaren.
That's Katja and Gasly getting very close to each other once again. As we can see him trying to go around the outside.
Wow, very fair play from Gasly there. I think the camaraderie from last night's win of PSG is still playing out there. They're still very friendly out there from last night. So he let him pass. He let him pass very kindly.
They're inseparable.
This is painful.
Well,
Because Sainz and Albon are really in the same place on the track, they just said, okay, Albon...
yeah, but what they've done, I'll just interrupt you there, they told him to box to retire the car. Then the stewards decided there was a 10-second time penalty for Alex Albon. So he's come in, he's served that 10-second time penalty, and I would imagine will be retiring from the race at the end of this lap. Otherwise, that time penalty carries on to Canada for the next race.
You are right. What a horrible Sunday that is. Oh my goodness. And even to get the message that it's going so bad, Alex, that just retire and give up. And we'll let your teammate who's right next to you have any chances of scoring points. Perhaps if everything goes well.
It's not a bad Saturday, is it, for Nico Hulkenberg? Getting some overtaking done, running here in the top 9 once again. He's managed to get past Pierre Gasly. And those two McLarens are starting now to reel Max Verstappen in. Look, the gap's gone down to 3.5 seconds. Verstappen over Piastri as the Indian football team, as you saw, watching the garages, guests of Formula One here this afternoon. They're in Barcelona to play Andorra next Saturday. Aaron Kane was asked, is that match going to be a formality, maybe like a McLaren one too? Well, it's not a formality for McLaren currently, but in a way that Kane would like to break down the Andorra defence on Saturday, it seems McLaren is starting to break down the resilience and the defence of Max Verstappen in the Red Bull out in front.
Yeah, McLaren are really upping the pace now. All the sectors are going green and lap times are coming down. And Max's tyre is going off now at this point in time. So he really has to destroy all his magic at the moment to try and eke out every single possible potential from his tyres. But it's very tough.
And that is Alex Albon, I'm afraid, retiring from this race for his first DNF at the Spanish Grand Prix. As expected, he did one more lap. And then came in, plenty of damage on that Williams car.
All right, there we go. Jason K grabs another spot. And yes, his second spot in this break brings us down to the final 4.
You praised him so much, he's done such a fantastic season so far. He already messed up up yesterday in qualifying, which put him out of the top 10, even though he should have been within.
Into the pits comes our race leader, Max Verstappen. Slams on the brakes. He said he was having trouble braking and was having difficulty getting that Red Bull slowed down to 80 kilometers an hour. Stops now as Piastri goes through, Norris goes through, Leclerc goes through as well into third place. Verstappen should come out fourth. There's Lewis Hamilton making his way around the final corner down the straight. Now Verstappen can get his foot down. This is going to be a bit closer than Red Bull would have liked here. Verstappen out onto the track. Hamilton towards turn one. Needed about 3 more car lengths and he would have been alongside the Red Bull.
Wow, that was okay. In hindsight, brilliantly timed for a Red Bull. It was very tight, but fantastic job.
What do you think? 1:10 in that pit stop, and they would have been neck and neck.
Of course. And then you lose 2 seconds of race time because you get stuck behind Lewis, takes you time to overtake. So it's very, very critical for your race time.
So Norris, and we would imagine Piastri with a 2-stop, Max Verstappen on a 3-stop, so says Will Joseph, race engineer.
Wow, just turn around and Bernie has her full intelligence. Like she has 7 computer screens on. Like, this is absolutely epic.
Yeah, I can't cope with that level of multitasking, quite frankly. Spreadsheet, race data, traces, onboards, you name it. Full Monty. As Bernie Collins, maybe Alex Albon will come and join it. It's Sky Race Controls. A bit of a racing weekend for him, really. Lewis Hamilton's going to come under pressure, I think, from George Russell in a few moments. Russell's got 4 laps of fresher tyres than Hamilton, who's been making inroads into Hamilton's advantage in the last few laps. Now the gap between Piastri and Norris is now 5 seconds. The race leader and second under control.
There is no way of saying. That's a heartbreaking for Lewis. His teammate is disappearing into the distance. The teammate is already 12 seconds or 11 seconds down the road. Such a horrible feeling. It's actually hard to experience that. Without pressure from behind, some gets right into these further positions.
Oh, there's contact there between Liam Lawson and one would imagine the Haas of Ollie Behrman. Behrman comes back out onto the track, still ahead of Liam Lawson. He's putting some work in today. Here's Lawson. Behrman up in 11th place, but he had to get out of that one before there was big contact. They're going to send both of them spinning out of the Spanish Grand Prix.
I mean, how many incidents has Lawson been involved in? That's quite something. His car is still in one piece.
It's up in bad.
Let's wait for the replay and see what happens.
Hi, I'm Nicole Briscoe. Thank you for watching Formula One on ESPN. Our coverage is done exclusively by Mercedes-Benz. You're not going to miss a thing because when we come back, we're going to pick up right where we left off.
Some of us dream in color. Others in black and white. And some dreams we're an observer. And others, we're the star. Dreams come in many forms. Find yours during Mercedes-Benz Dream Days with exceptional offers on the CLE Coupe. Now through July 31st.
Thirsty, headaches, fatigue, irritability. You might be tired and transform ordinary water into extraordinary hydration with monnnnth science. With an optimized ratio of electrolytes, essential vitamins, clinically tested nutrients, superior hydration and water and water. Tear, forward, and live more. Liquid IV.
Okay, so we're at the food festival. Little Briscoe. The doors open. And big Sapphire Reserve Premier Party. These trips are the best. And our week, we have our own private building. Our basement, the lounge, is right next to the pit. We prepare in pairs. Exclusive events in incredible restaurants. Nights at the Sapphire Lounge on the Sound. Heaven.
Experience the world as an insider, from exclusive lounges to immersive dining experiences, all at the Sapphire Reserve.
remember the little chance to me really mean something.
When things get tough, my teammates look to me to be a leader.
This is a big moment. I knew that I was going to have to step up. It's sweeter if it's harder to get what you want.
We can't get enough of the WNBA. A fresh draft class has arrived. Dallas swings to last page. Record teams stacked with new talent. And the Valkyries take flight in the Bay. We've got more stars and more heat than ever. The WNBA and ESPN. We can't get enough.
Dang, this was higher than a giraffe on the poles.
That's because I made fee free through Chime. Plus, I get credit for every purchase.
That's a big perk.
Awards 2025. Live Mondays and 9 8 on BQT.
All right, once again, we're very close to getting this knocked out. Final 4 spots. 4, 3, 2. Last spot, Mojo. And we break. We rip open that encore box and we re-randomize. We'll give away some spots. You know, then we'll rip that encore box. Then we'll re-randomize your names. And you'll get teams in that order right there. And then as soon as we finish this one, we can pivot and maybe focus on the other 2 football breaks that are down to their last filler. There's been some action on that flawless baseball too. Don't forget that. Those are in 2 different random number blocks.
Ollie, we can be thankful. I mean, Ollie, we need to praise him because he really managed to avoid a big crash there. So that was a great job from Ollie there.
Front axle on the inside to the wing mirror of the car in front. You drop right to
That needs to get a penalty. That needs to be a penalty. Yeah, it's too far back.
So he's coming forward again. Bevan looks to the left. And that's what he's trying to force balls. Gone completely off the track, I think. He's trying to squeeze past there. That's been noted. The incident on the previous lap. Wide race control. He stopped there. 2.1 seconds. He stops, comes back out into this race ahead of Franco Pinto. And Gasly switching in this stop to the medium tire. He's on 2 stops and now a medium. Max Verstappen fastest car on the track. To get a greater loss on Charles Leclerc, but that's what you would expect for a driver that's going to have 1 extra stop to the guys in front.
Yeah, let's go into very easy to see Max's lap times now. McLaren worried or are they still looking really, really good with their strategy?
I think McLaren on the two-stop strategy, they're hoping that this medium tire
Yes, expert. They've gone back the years and go through the history, 75 years.
Yeah, I don't think he should have done that, but yes, Franco is just listening to us, complain about that. He is struggling a little bit out there, but I think they are on the 3-stop strategy, and I think McLaren and Leclerc still have these good speed ahead there. The only question mark is also we go further back, over Fairman, 23 lap forward in different tires. So not on lap 33, can Verstappen get the medium to get enough position to end the race? That's a big question.
But they've kept their options open. That would be at the end of the race, 36 laps, 7 medium tyres for Max Verstappen.
Difficult to say again, but he seems to be pushing a bit too much. If he was trying to dominate to the end of the race, because he's really like.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this sells out the break, but the clock is ticking. We're already 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. We can probably get this done by then. We'll sell 4 spots by the top of the hour. Sells out clearly Donner. It's the second half of that case. I didn't see any more clearly Donners to post, so that's it for that. And then we can pivot our focus, shift it to a different break. Try to get another one in before the end of the night. But in 10 quick minutes, we'll be in the fourth quarter. We'll be starting the fourth quarter of the show. Sooner we can get this done now, you know, the sooner we can start shifting our focus to other breaks. There you go. Brian's going to jump in again. And he's already got a number of spots there. 2 left. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, everybody. 2 left now.
Interesting. So McLaren are keeping an eye on Verstappen. Yeah. Taking it very seriously at the moment.
So what they're basically saying is Max's pace, if he carries on like this, he is going to be right with us in the final stint. Max doesn't have to stop again. The top 3 will stop again. The question is, will Max Verstappen stop again? The assumption is that he's on a 3-stop strategy here. But they might decide they don't want to lose 22 seconds at Red Bull. They can manage the tyres enough so that 22 seconds can disappear, and then it is all to play for.
The hard thing for Red Bull is they have to decide now, because Max is the one who needs to manage it out there. Should he be taking it easy now to nail that 33 lap stint in the best possible way, or should he be pushing flat out now to get through these there and catch up?
All right, there we go. Following Brian is Barry. Last spot mojo. Who wants it? Last spot mojo.
Because Verstappen is very much on McLaren's radar here, with just over half race distance as well. Out in front, Piastri, I think, has a little bit more room to manoeuvre. It's easier to breathe, but Norris knows that Verstappen can be with him. That's the horrible feeling. If you're saying push a bit harder, then you know you've got the grip to do it.
Absolutely, that's not a very good speed. And just for some context, turn 3 and 9 are the highest speed corners, except for the last one. And that's where usually as a driver, that's where the most energy goes into the tires. It's where you save the tires the most. So usually it's also a place where pretty easily you can just go a little bit faster if the team wants you to push the tires more. So the bigger starting there, and that was saying, raining in front of them in a way.
Possibly Piastri is coming up to the back. Piastri trying to line it in. There's sort of there stops. There's Piastri just going through. There's Lando Norris. Interviews behind. There, getting past Franco Colapinto. Traffic is Max Verstappen. There, comes out in 16th behind Gasly and Colapinto. Just and in front. Lando Norris has just taken half a second out of Piastri's advantage on this latest lap, lap 36 of this race. That's as close to his teammate as he's been for quite some time.
Yeah, and another 4 tenths now, just in the first sector.
5.5 seconds is the gap.
All right. Is this going to be last spot mojo? Yes, Eric Houston. Nicely done. Break time.
It's very hard when you're out there, you don't know how much is your teammate pushing on a scale from 1 to 10.
That's the gap to Lewis Hamilton. He's several laps back to a bit second off the rear wing of Hamilton just to keep his tyres a little bit cooler. Max Verstappen will be with Lando Norris in 6th lap time, says the predicted strategy. I wonder how many laps before Lando Norris is right behind Oscar Piastri. Piastri has now been lapped by Piastri. He's lapped in his cars as well. You have to move over onto the marbles, and that's not very helpful.
No, of course, it's so important to try to stay away from the marbles now. And just look at that last lap time. Norris was again 8/10 quicker than Castro on that last lap. Bernie perhaps you can give us some input there as well.
Yeah, I was just going to comment about that, Nico. So the second final strategy about the picture at this stage, if we look at that top 7 cars, they all need to stop again. One more time. They all need to stop with one more.
All right, certainly is. Certainly is legit. All right. Thanks, gang. Good work here. Let's break.
Do they let Verstappen drive through them? Or do they, well, do they go in one case, they have to hold on that position, not be undercut by Verstappen now, and make sure they have good enough tires at the end, because this is it. They're all going to do one more stop. So this is a clean race time. I think the race will here for them.
And you're absolutely convinced Max Verstappen can't do 33 laps in 7 minutes time.
Hi, everyone. Joe for JaspysCaseRace.com coming at you with the box of 2024 Panini Encore Football Random Team Break number 15. We got a few different dice rolls happening here. First of all, we're going to give away 10 spots within the Encore box break. Then we'll do the break itself, second dice roll. Then our third and final dice roll, we'll be randomizing you a team in Clear Lead Honors. Pick your team 6. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Right, all those spots were sold out. Great. So thanks everyone for here from 1 all the way through 22. Thanks for getting in on it. 10 of you, 10 of those spots are going to get extra spots. Top 10 after 2 and a 2 for the hard way. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Daniel, Brian, Jesse, Alan, Daniel, Stephen, Brian, Barry, and Mark. Extra spots going your way after 4. All right, so we got everybody there. Now let's gather everybody's names. And now let's do the break itself. All 32 teams are in, no combos. There's everybody's names right there. We'll roll it. Randomize it. Names and teams 4 and a 1, 5 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 1.
Still 26 laps to go in this race, and anything could happen.
Just when I said that before, everyone can be pretty relaxed. Lando is so rapid at this stage now.
And 4 and a 1, 5 times for the teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 1. All right, no trade window, but here's the first half of the list. There's the second half of the list.
Yeah, just a quick one on George Russell. Been listening to his radio as well, Crofty, and his engineers come on study and say this pace is good, George. There's opportunities. If we just say that.
Seeing the threat now, Max. They realise they have to push on. It's a long way to go forward.
So that is, for me, that's confirmed that they're on a 3-stop, but that is
All right, now let's flip back over here. Thanks, everybody. There's the Encore box. Let's see if there's any surprises in here. All right. Good luck, everybody. We got Tua Tagovailoa autograph popping out of here. Steven with the Dolphins. That is 37 out of 50. And here is a Blake Corum relic. Rookie relic for the Rams. That's going to be for Eric Houston. $141 out of $199. Do left-right randomizers on the head-to-head cards. There's Ben Sinote to 150. Quinnen Williams to 150 for the Jets. And we've got a front back randomizer on that one for the Team Pinnacle card. Got a Braylon Allen for Brian and the Jets. That's to 150. You'll get the Quinnen Williams as well. Got an orange Justin Herbert. And that is that. All right, not bad. Is it one relic, one auto? Yeah, one relic, one auto. All right, now let's do the final randomizer. Let's gather all this together here. So first off, new dice, new list. We're going to do the left-right for the head-to-head, and front-back for the Team Pinnacle card. The back is where the copyright information is. On the bottom of the card right here is 2024 Panini. And of course, the third and final list will be for everybody, 1 through 32. Everyone's got a chance at teams. Top 12 will get teams. One dice roll for all three lists. That's going to be 5 and a 5. 10 the hard way. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Left side will get them after 10. So left side teams will get those. I think there are a couple more of those in there. Front back randomizer, 5 and a 5, hard 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Backside cards will get those, so that will be the backside card here, New England. That's going to go to Jesse. All right, and here's the big one here. Top 12 after 10 are going to be in that clearly Donruss break. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10th and final time. 5 and a 5. That's 10. So you can see already right here, 13 through 32. Sad times, but appreciate you getting in. Top 12, happy times, because you got teams in that clearly Donruss break. Daniel, Jesse, Barry, Eric, Brian, Alan, Brian, Devin. Here's some of the nicer teams coming up here. Brian, Barry, Eric, and Daniel. Congrats to the top 12 after 10. You've got teams in this order right here. Daniel with the Commanders. Eric with the Bears. Barry with the Patriots. Brian with my Raiders. Devin with the Jags. Brian with the Chiefs. Alan with the Giants. Brian with the Eagles. Eric with the Cardinals. Barry with the Texans. Jesse with the Browns. And Daniel with the Titans. There you have it, boys and girls. I'll see you in the next video for the break. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye-bye. All right. Step 1 done. We'll put Encore 15 next to your name so you know that's where you want it. Give me a minute here to put this away and then set up the next spreadsheet, and we'll get Clearly Donner 6 going. Do a roll call. If you're here, what team do you have in Clearly Donner 6 if you've been waiting for this break? I know it's been marinating for a little bit. Other breaks we can accomplish after this. Donner's Optic Box. International will sell out Midnight Division. And the Mosaic Value Pack will help sell out Select.
Third race in 3 weeks. So that exercise is tough. But when you've got the adrenaline and you're absolutely scrapping away for what could be a very, very handy result, maybe the agony goes away there just a little bit. Great sight. So we look down to the pit lane once again for Fernando Alonso. What should be his final stop on this race. So it goes Cameron, then goes Devon, so 16th place. Spanish Grand Prix, and look at that. Comes out side by side with his Spanish red.
Oh, so long is Trevor. I got it. Just convinced that we had a troll in our midst, but that tracks.
Unless we get a safety car, unless we get something very dramatic, we don't really see many safety cars here in Barcelona. So on the inside, and squeezes past the wheels, disappears.
So same story as the previous stage. But Oscar had Rex level come closer a little bit.
Rex has no spot. All right, well, good luck with your no spot. I can guarantee you no hits. That's the only guarantee I can make in this break. We'll update our records.
So George Russell just went ahead and getting out to know they just swapped the cars. Mercedes on the track was now ahead of their team, powering down the main straight. There's your race leader, Oscar Piastri, who was obviously saving his tyres a little bit. Those laps where Lando was the track, looking into the garages. There's movement down at Red Bull, you know. They're coming out of the garage, waiting for a pit stop here. Tsunoda has stopped 3 times. Max Verstappen about to come stop for the 3rd time. Nico Hulkenberg pits.
All right, now let me reset these lists here. Reset the dice. Fill in everybody's names. Daniel with the Commanders. Gilo, what's going on, man? Eric with the Bears. Patriots for Barry. Brian with my Raiders. Devin with the Jags. Brian with the Chiefs. Alan with the Giants. Brian with the Eagles. Eric with the Cardinals. Barry with Texans. Cleveland with the Browns. And Daniel with the Titans. Yeah, I actually did see that headline come across. Are we excited? Yeah, I mean, I think he was pretty highly touted coming out of college, and a lot of those guys, their timelines are accelerated. Only reason why teams don't like to bring up those guys so soon is service time stuff, but... Rex, don't encourage him. Yeah, Royals offense maybe scuffling a little bit. I mean, outside of Bobby Witt Jr. Yeah, they gotta want to try something, I guess. Maybe Caglione could start a spark.
As you've been saying, Nico, you don't want to polish these soft tyres too fast and too soon because you're going to regret it.
All right.
Yes, but now in this
I
situation,
think I'm ready.
Max can also say,
Time to go?
okay, let's just give it everything and
Let's do it.
maybe get a chance with traffic, yeah, right now. And then anyways, they know that won't be able to pass. So then I think he might just go for that strategy. And knowing Max, who loves to just go for it.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com with the second half of 2024 Panini Clearly Donruss Football 8-box. Pick your team number 6 from JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Big thanks to this group for making it happen here on a Sunday, the first of the month. Thanks everyone. It was Jason with Last Spot Mojo with the Ravens before we pulled the remaining teams for that encore filler. Congrats again to the people who got in. Thanks everyone, whether you bought your spot outright or whether you won your way in, I appreciate it. All right, looking for one auto a box. Good luck. Now this break is fairly quick, so we will have time, you know, to do something else after this if you want to. That select break is pretty close to filling. The midnight case, the division break, that's also close. Flawless baseball. Down to its last couple random number blocks. So we got a number of things we can get going tonight. Multiple things we can get going tonight. There's Josh Downs to 199. And Joe Milton III. Joe Milton's going to go to Barry and the Patriots. So will that Drake May. Jalen Ford. Is it Caglione like Boney or Loney? I think it's Caglione. But I guess when he makes his MLB debut, we'll see what the official pronunciation guide says. It'd be cool if we saw some downtown long. There's Josh Allen, 42 out of 49. Gilo says it's loan. Okay. It's just, sorry, my Italian background, I just put the... Got to put the Italian spin on it. My apologies. It's just cultural. Matt with the Bills gets the Josh Allen. Trey Benson to 249. Here's a Bo Nix. 5 out of 75, Nick Chubb. going to go to Cleveland. This is for you. Jesse with the Browns, and the Bo Nix will go to Adam and Denver.
Grateful to those guys. But in the heat of the moment, it just feels terrible.
Next box.
Hi, I'm Nicole Briscoe. Thank you for watching Cable One on ESPN. Our coverage is presented exclusively by Cable One. That's the thing, because when we come back, we're going to
Some of us dream in color. Others in black and white. And some dreams were in silver. And others
Jonathan Brooks, Carolina Panthers. That'll be for Nathaniel.
dreams come in many forms. Find yours during Mercedes-Benz Dream Days with exceptional offers.
That's a catch. He's got his hands out front. Look, his eyes are right on the ball.
Okay, so we're at both of us. Little person, the door's open. And step out reserve community. These strips are
There's a Marvin Harrison Jr. to 199. And a Caleb Williams. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to go to Eric and the Cardinals.
restaurants. Nights at the Sapphire Lounge on the set.
Experience the world as an insider, from exclusive lounges to immersive dining experiences, all of which is Sapphire reserved.
And the Caleb Williams will also go to Eric Houston. He got randomized to the Bears in the filler. Not a bad draw. All right, box 4. Got orange Mahomes for 199. Mahomes going to the Chiefs. And the auto is Kool-Aid McKinstry. Oh, yeah. Eric M. with the Saints. What's up, Eric H? Michael Penix Jr., Trevor Lawrence, Braylon Allen, Nate Wiggins. The rookies, Michael Penix Jr. is going to go to NB and the Falcons. Is that right? Does that parallel the previous World Series run in some way? Did they call somebody up and then they made it happen? Need a little deeper voice? Oh yeah! That deep? How deep should we go? Oh yeah! Maybe get closer to the microphone. Get a deep oh yeah going. Oh yeah! I gotta work on it. Maybe I gotta workshop that a little bit more. We gotta do more breaks, folks, so I can practice my Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kool-Aid Man impression. So if Cagman played the rest of the season, next year would still be his rookie year unless they've exceeded 30 bats. I mean, if he stayed the rest of the season, that'd obviously be over 45 days. Then you can get 100 bats within 3-4 weeks. Here's a pink Bo Nix. And Jatavion Sanders, 22 out of 149. Another Panther for Nathaniel. Nate Wiggins to 99.
And I can understand a little bit Verstappen's frustration. As in that middle stint,
Have you perfected the Kool-Aid Man voice? I feel like you're intimately familiar with this. Deeper, little pause between an O and the yeah, and you're
I
good.
think it's just the straw that broke the camel's back there a little bit for Verstappen.
You're right. It's also horrible when you're in the mix of, defending to Verstappen, trying to get to the back market, and the team is shouting at you in the ear, change switches, and these are not switches that you do every day. It's these like mode changes and default switches. You don't even know
Well, right. 45 in the previous season. So in 2026, the previous season would be 2025. So he would not be a rookie in 2026 because he would have exceeded 45 days. If he stays up the entire season, stays up 45 days, 130 at-bats, the previous season would be 2025. So in 2026, he would not be a rookie. Here's Myles Garrett to 199. And Jalen Wright, rated rookie auto, Dolphins. Adam Smitty.
So they're going to change tyres for Oscar Piastri. Red Bull around waiting for Max Verstappen. Out to the pit lane goes Oscar Piastri. They're coming out of Ferrari as well, maybe for Charles Leclerc.
This is the one in Spain, Eric Houston. It's actually, I'm doing a rewatch of this because there's actually a little bit of drama in about 4 laps or so. Here's a Drake May. Wow, Chilo's really Kool-Aid Man, deeply ingrained in your child. He's a legend that need not be mocked. Now, I've been forewarned, Chilo. Try not to. I'm not intending to mock the Kool-Aid Man. Someone with his destructive power is not something I want to mess around with. So I'm doing that impression based off of the utmost respect of the giant glass pitcher filled with red Kool-Aid. I dare not mock his powers to burst through a wall at any given moment, without warning. So yeah, Rex, if Caglione or whatever we're going with, once Jack, if they keep him for more than 45 days, that's probably also going to be about 130 at-bats if he plays every day. Whatever comes first. There's Dallas Turner for the Vikings. Then his rookie eligibility is gone, so if any awards he wants to try to win, he'd have to do it this season. Austin Goldman, AG, Vikings. Gilo, are they intending? I'm assuming they're intending to keep him up the rest of the year, right? There's Audrey Castime. To 99. And the Drake May Barry. Yeah, I think someday Kool-Aid Man may find a Kool-Aid woman.
Out in front. Charles Leclerc.
All right, final box. Good luck.
Anything can happen, and probably will, in about
Here is Roman Wilson, 27 out of 49. Steelers. Kevin with Pittsburgh.
it's the only option.
And anything else here in the at the end? Got a Michael Penix Jr., Tua, 28 out of 49, a Bo Nix, and a Ladd McConkey closing things out. Well, that's that, ladies and gentlemen. Denver, that's going to go to Adam. The Michael Penix Jr. is going to go to NB and the Falcons. And the Tua will go to Adam Smitty and the Dolphins. That was 2024. Clearly Donners, 8 box. Pick your team number 6 in the books. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I will see you next time for the next football break. Bye-bye.
Marquez just overseeing the removal of Kenny Antonelli's Mercedes. 2 cars to retire.
Yeah, I could pitch the high-pitched Kool-Aid woman.
Racing once again. We've never had a safety car this late on in a Grand Prix here in Barcelona. I think in 2019 we had one on that.
It's funny to see a video of Kool-Aid Man and woman have a baby, and the Kool-Aid baby comes out a different color. You're just assuming, Rex, that red Kool-Aid Man is just going to marry red Kool-Aid woman? There are other flavors out there, Rex. You know, what if Kool-Aid Man is into orange? Orange women. You never know. I wouldn't be so sure that red Kool-Aid Man will just instantly go with red Kool-Aid woman. Are there other Kool-Aid men out there? Is it just him? Who knows? I don't know the world. Ask Gilo, he'll know.
All he had for this race was the hard time. So that's why he's on the hard. We might actually get a couple, at least one more lap behind the safety car here because we've got clear lap markers.
Who owns Kool-Aid? Why haven't they leaned into some sort of Kool-Aid cartoon or something like that? They could have easily gone that direction. They could have been like Kool-Aid people. You know, like Smurfs.
Before we get going again, this is not a massive result. Isaac Handler's way if he goes on the second place today. Coming Nico Hulkenberg's way as well. Pierre Gasly, who's also on the verge of scoring points for the first time since Bahrain, the scoring finish of the season so far. There's some big point scorers here that can take advantage. Ocon's on the medium, so he might go under a little bit of pressure from behind. The lap cars have now unlapped themselves. Very common.
Yes, Coach, just to pick up on what you said there, Ocon on the major. Lawson in P10, Ocon in P11, David did not stop. Ortolando in P12 and 7 lap hold stop. So it's Alonso in P13 will have an option of getting 3 cars this restart. Lots to watch out for that last point score position.
Listen, can I just confirm, so you're saying Leclerc has just a couple of laps on soft tire, is that correct?
Yeah, they're used soft in qualifying. We don't know which set exactly, but most people are used soft if they're not in qualifying.
Wow, that's huge because he's going to have their Leclerc against Verstappen. I don't see how Verstappen's going to stay in front.
Gilo, maybe you could workshop you can pitch a movie to the movie studios about the world of Kool-Aid. Maybe there are just a bunch of Kool-Aid people out there in giant glass pitchers. You can make movies about Disney rides or cartoon lion robots or machines that transform.
They're out of the way now. Unless race control wants them to join up to the train, but people are going to get one more lap behind my lap.
I think it's Hermosa who's been radioing race control and saying, guys, we've got to let you catch up to the back, otherwise I have no chance of overtaking you.
That's a fair point, actually, yeah. Given that Liam Lawson is leading the trainer's lap cars and he's in 10th place, yeah, I suppose you do need to let them get all the way to the back. It's streaming down the main straight, and the back markers are now just going through turn 10.
It's never been identified whether this weaving of the straight actually really makes a difference. Because you're going quite slowly, there's not much load. You never know. That's why I remember this amazing historical image of Kimi Raikkonen being the only guy that would have been driving straight. And everybody else doing this huge waving. Okay, Iceman. The Iceman just didn't care and drove straight down the straight.
Minimal effort for maximum grip.
It's never been really proven whether it really adds anything to the tires. But it's better than nothing.
Right, safety car coming in at the end of this lap. I do think they're allowing the back markers to get as close to Pierre Gasly and Knight as they possibly can. And if Liam Lawson's smart here, he can just...
All right, well, Jordan wants to keep braking. That's the only order I have right now, and he grabs his spot in the select filler, which is that value pack right there. That's down to 19. Oh yeah, Family Guy's done bits about the Kool-Aid. Those are Gilo's favorite parts.
Now, Piastri slammed the brakes on there to let Burt Meilander get away.
Because he just entered the third sector. And into the third sector, he is the guy controlling the speed. He doesn't stay near the safety car anymore.
Right, yeah, I remember that bit.
Maybe a bit of an abrupt deceleration there.
Well, it certainly warmed up Max Verstappen's brakes. And we wouldn't expect fast Lando Norris. When you go here, if you're the leader, when do you go?
Interesting question. Now.
Right. The father, as a sugary soft drink, is definitely racist against dairy drinks.
And Oscar Piastri is leading here, and Max Verstappen's under pressure from Charles Leclerc already. And you can see the big snap from Verstappen as he made his way around the final corner.
All right.
Now they're over the line. Now Charles Leclerc can get the overtake.
Now, he was asked to give that position back.
Then comes Norris, then Leclerc, Russell on the inside of Verstappen, who has to go off the track. Lewis Hamilton behind George Russell, and he's back on the track. Max Verstappen behind Charles Leclerc, the hard tyre, giving him a hard luck story here in Barcelona. Behind Hamilton comes Nico Hulkenberg. He's got past Isaac Hadjar, and he's up into 7th place. Gasly is 9th, Lawson 10th, Alonso has got past Ocon.
So Verstappen's calling for a penalty.
I'm not so sure we need to see the replay of that, but Verstappen is struggling so much. He almost spun out of the last corner. We need to see the onboard on that. I think he deployed all his magic to stay on the track there. He had to lift off also, and you can see he just has no grip with those hard tires.
It's going to take a couple laps to warm up.
So for something, Charles ran into him.
Charles Leclerc said that he didn't overtake Max Verstappen before the line because you can't.
True, even that, yeah, that could have been a big issue.
And I think you have to back out a little bit because such was the rear end stepping out of Verstappen around this corner. Leclerc was onto the back of that Red Bull long before he thought it was possible. Hamilton's under a bit of pressure here from Nico Hulkenberg in the back, and the gap out in front, 9/10 of a second, and Piastri to Norris. Into turn 1 we go. Verstappen in 4th place. Behind him comes Russell, then Hamilton and Hulkenberg a bit further ahead of Hadjar. But let's see on board now with Charles Leclerc.
Ooh, Verstappen almost spun out. That was crazy. So he's saying Leclerc, oh, guys did give him a little bit of a bump. But
Such was the snap there from Max Verstappen. Did he think Leclerc hit him?
No, he look, it's there.
It's there. Well,
That's Max's fault. He was there very fast.
well, let's just have a little look here from the helicam. This will give us a much better shot.
There goes past.
There goes Leclerc. Well,
That's Max's fault.
Verstappen's got his
Leclerc
Leclerc.
didn't move.
Exactly.
yeah, no, it's Verstappen moving into Leclerc.
Now, on the exit of turn 1, let's have a look. There's George Russell hit Max, and that's why Max had to go off the track. Is he talking about George Russell? The stewards are looking at George Russell.
They're not George Russell. He hit 2 cars.
nice moment here where Verstappen.
Oh, Verstappen comes into.
George overcooks it, and he has to open up because he has the rear end go out. So it was George's fault there, and that's why Verstappen now is allowed.
I don't think I've ever had a bottle. No, that's probably a lie. I've probably had a bottle of Yoo-Hoo in my life. But no, I couldn't tell you what that tastes like. If I'm gonna have chocolate milk, I'll just buy chocolate milk. Or put chocolate syrup inside a glass of milk. Vigorously mix and then voila.
He's got past Behrman. Oh, he nearly got past Portoletto as well. Wow.
That was close. Portoletto thankfully saw it and just opened up. It was a smack and Fernando went full on over the inside curve to avoid the collision.
They're both in the same management stable. He's part, isn't he, Portoletto and Fernando Alonso's management stable. They're really good friends as well, and they're pointless for this season. And for this season, they want to score at least something here today.
Come on, Max, stop talking nonsense. He has to take the position back. What kind of rubbish is he talking about?
Well, he thinks Charles Leclerc hit him, and I'm sure when he sees it afterwards, he'll realise that he was the one moving over.
Of course, that's how it's difficult. You're in the heat of the moment. You might remember things a little bit differently sometimes.
Max, can you let Russell through, please?
No! No.
My advice is to let him through. But that's the rules.
Oh, and as he tried to let him through, George Russell going round the outside at turn 5 makes contact with Max Verstappen, who was in no mood to let him through.
Wow.
Was receiving orders from the pit wall that he disagreed with. Russell thought he was complying with those orders, and that is definitely going to be looked at by the stewards as Alonso gets past Portoletto, as Lando Norris goes fastest through the first sector, trying to gain on Piastri.
Good night, mate. Just crash it.
And then he gives up the spot.
Let's see that again, Nico.
Wow.
He's let him through, and temperatures boiling over. On track here in Barcelona.
The point is, though, that Verstappen was in the right. Where we see Hülkenberg passing Hamilton, I cannot believe it.
Hamilton struggling so much that he has been passed by the Sauber of Hülkenberg, who's up in the 6th place, and whilst that happens, Fernando Alonso is up into 10th for potentially his first point of the season. And that has been noted, Verstappen and Russell, for causing a collision. Let's have a look at it again. On board for George Russell, who will be told Max is going to let you past. He's got past, and then Max drives into it.
Wow.
Bad. That is seriously bad.
Well, that looked even worse, riding on board with George Russell. He's ahead.
He just runs it full on. You need to back flag that. There's no other way. But Max was in the right at first, in the first instance, and then the team went against Max, and they caused it to boil over.
I'm sure there'll be a lot said about that after this race. You don't want to move away from the reaction with Nico and Naomi and Simon. Russell says he's got damage. His former teammate Hamilton, passed by Hülkenberg, is on new softs, by the way. And the race leader, Oscar Piastri, has now started his final lap of this race. He's survived the restart intact, whilst others are losing bits of bodywork. The battle has been going on behind. McLaren are on for a 1-2 here today.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about McLaren again. Fantastic race they've done so far. Also drive from Piastri, just dominating the whole day. And looking on for a very well-deserved win.
The stewards officially investigating Verstappen and Russell, investigating Verstappen for causing a collision with George Russell. This is the scrap for 3rd, and then 4th with Russell and 5th for Verstappen. Out in front, Oscar Piastri is rounding turn 9. And after suffering a bit of disappointment in Monaco, where it was his teammate Lando Norris who led from pole position to win there, Piastri is going to round off this triple header in the style that he would want to do so. Verstappen won the first leg of the triple header, Norris won the second leg of the triple header. The third leg of the triple header is going to Oscar Piastri, and it is Piastri who wins the Spanish Grand Prix. McLaren 1-2 with Lando Norris in second place. Behind the papaya comes the scarlet red of Charles Leclerc, third. And a super race from him. Russell fourth, Verstappen under investigation, finishes fifth. Hulkenberg, what a performance from him to finish sixth ahead of Hamilton, Hadjar, Gasly and Alonso in the top 10 for the first time this season. It's Piastri that wins the Spanish Grand Prix.
What a well-deserved weekend. I think again, just executed to perfection. Just so strong mentally, Piastri this weekend.
What a super performance from Oscar Piastri, the championship.
That was a nice race by Oscar Piastri.
3 points before this race, and he showed his cool, calm, and composed nature to come home and take a victory that has looked like being McLaren's
Second favorite?
first moment the cars hit the track on Friday.
I don't know. It would probably be football, then basketball. In terms of number of hours I spend watching.
That keeps him in the points.
Remember when Valentino Rossi took out Marc Marquez in the same way?
Yeah? That wasn't quite so.
Yeah, but that's the thing that came to my mind now, which was very comparable.
And after that, I'd probably watch golf the most. And then soccer. And then F1/NASCAR. I do. Football betting is a little different. I have a whole power ranking system. Right, for entertainment purposes only. But whereas baseball, it's money line driven. You can convert that into winning percentages, and then you can find data on what certain data people think the percentage chance a team can win a game. I don't necessarily do that with the NFL. I do that with... I do a different formula with the NFL where I take, a bunch of information in terms of, could be anything from yards per play, third down conversion percentages, take a bunch of key numbers, and you rank every team based on that. And then you come up with an overall ranking, with points next to it. So if the Eagles scored or are like 20 points on my scale, and the other team is 17 points on my scale, but they say that the underdog is, so to my rankings, Eagles should be -3, underdog should be +3, right? But if the line says the Eagles are -2, I'll take the Eagles because there's value in that. But if the opponent is +5, right, there's more value on the opponent there. So I'll use a different ranking system. I do. There's just more baseball games. I've talked about that every week last year. But there's only 17, 18 weeks of football, right? Plus playoffs.
He lost the race at the start, dropping behind Verstappen. That cost him those 4 seconds, which he was then never really able to make up again. That's where he lost it, unfortunately.
His race became the concentration of keeping this.
All right, nice race for McLaren. We got Band of Brothers on BBC America.
Should've killed himself 3 years ago. Saved us a lot of trouble. Yeah, he should've. Very good.
But yeah, I do have a system for football. It's actually a little bit easier than baseball. Baseball just requires so much daily work that I don't get to it every day. All right, folks, so we're pretty much in the final hour of the show. If you want to get another thing going, I am down.
BBC America presents every episode of the monnnnth series that took you from D-Day to final victory. The Band of Brothers Marathon continues next on BBC America.
Now that select, unless we fill it in like the next 20, 30 minutes or so, we are in a bit of a time crunch there. So if you want to do select, we got to start moving some spots now. I think midnight takes it's a lot quicker. So we got plenty of time for that if you want to do that. But we still have to start moving spots now. Division break, that's just a quick 2-boxer. That can happen at any time, even if it fills at the very last minute of the show. Four divisions left in select. Flawless is also a pretty quick break. That's down to a random number block. But Flawless, baseball itself is a fairly quick break, so we can always get that done. So let me know what you want to do. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Get in on it. Pretty solid day today. Let's end on a good note. Oh, this is Band of Brothers episode 10. It's pretty much the end. This is the last episode.
It was more than 3 years since Louis Nixon and I signed as joint paratroops. And more than a year since we first gone to war. Not knowing what would happen to us. How long we'd be fighting. Where we'd end up. I certainly didn't expect to find myself in a place like this.
I thought it might be you.
Morning.
Thought I'd check it out.
Come and join me for a morning swim?
Yeah. So,
This results. Oh, great.
I haven't even been to it yet. I'm trying to make some time before work sometime this week to get there.
Going all the way back to Tacoma. I traded them for a couple of
And I intend to
That's a bargain.
pop in every once in a while, check in.
What do you think you'll do after this? I get some breakfast? Nah, after that. Well, it's funny you should mention it because I had a meeting when I was sick. Really? Yeah. Yeah, discussed the possibility of staying in the Army. Yeah. Yeah, it's a career. What do you say? Still think about it? What do you think about New Jersey? New Jersey? There's a company in Nixon, New Jersey called Nixon Nitration Works. It sounds picturesque. Yeah, well, oddly enough, I know the owners. Probably gonna expect me to know something of myself if I drag you with me. Are you offering me a job? I think I can go there for you, but knowing your qualifications, I can probably scrape something up commensurate with your current salary level. Yeah, I'll think about it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll think about it. Job offers. Hard to fathom. And the war wasn't even over. I was still getting used to hot showers and morning swims. We'd entered Bavaria in early May with the hopes of capturing Burgess Gott. This famous town high in the Alps was the Nazi Party's symbolic home, and all the heads of the Third Reich.
This might be the easiest one to do, boys and girls. If you want to get, if you're thinking about something, getting something going, and wondering what a good option was. 4 of 8 spots left, no fillers. and a quick random division break.
When are we expecting the engineers to arrive? Half an hour ago. I'm curious what they did. Well, good, he says you're not going to let us waltz into Hitler's house. Probably throw a few rocks at us yourself.
If you're looking for someone to find another way up that mountain, easy company is ready to go. Noted. I already recommended you for goodness sake. Terrific. Let's go find a way up there. Right? We're not sure what's up there. The crew doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks. So the French gonna beat us to the Eagles?
Yes, I just had a conversation with Clark. He told me he was first in Paris, and my guy wanted to be first into Berchtesgaden. Don't understand his point. Now you fire up that attack, and I'll fight that French son of a bitch.
Yes, sir. One easy company to lead, another simple come on the other one. Yes, sir.
Eerie. Natives. That's because this is a one-time kid's not being a true Nazi. What do you mean? Why do we have to pay to live here?
Need to find someplace where we're out.
What about right there?
All right, tell you what. Maybe this might move the needle for some people here. I'm going to take out a spot. I'm going to give it away to someone who buys a spot in this break. So we're only selling 7 spots outright. This is a tonight only situation too. 7 spots outright. Leaves us with only 3 spots left to fill the break. A 1 in 7 chance to get another $200 spot, which I wouldn't mind. All right, that moves the needle for Margot. That's one spot gone. We just need 2 more to go. Remember, in about less than an hour, if we don't sell this out, I'm putting that 1 spot back in. Folks, if you're a fan of World War II stuff, and for whatever reason you haven't seen Band of Brothers series, definitely take the time and knock it out. It's excellent.
The Eagle's Nest was a surprise birthday present for Hitler, filled with Nazi party money. A mountaintop stone retreat, 8,000 feet up, accessible by a gold.
Oh, nice. Brian picks up the spot. That extra spot, moving the needle for people, huh? 1 left.
Here's the heaven. Oh, goddamn it, listen. Hitler, Hitler. No.
Hey, Adolf! Love your Eagles Nest. I'll be on mine. We made ourselves.
Have it. Just so we can save you something.
Listen up. From court, just came in, effective immediately. All troops stand fast on present positions. Want to hear it? No? Ready for it? Listen. German army surrendered. I got a present for you. Come on.
Yeah?
Last spot mojo, gang. We just got 2 spots gone in the last 5 minutes, so jump on board.
Discovered it yesterday. Had it on double guard ever since. How much that? Oh, anxious to get up to the okay.
No, there's just so much to see in person.
Nice little sweetener here. We took a division out. Only selling 7 of the 8 spots. One of you are going to get an extra spot. Simple as that.
10,000 bottles of the world's finest liquor, wine, and champagne helped Easy Company mark the day the war in Europe came to an end. All yours. Take what you want and have each company take a truckload. Ready for Austria in the morning. Don't feel you have to leave anything here for whatever comes next.
Austria, sir. Happy to eat it.
Here. Victory in Europe.
Happy V-Day.
Instead of an aggressive combat unit, we became an occupation force. And no one wanted to leave Berchtesgaden until they saw Austria.
Like a relentless weed.
We got about 45 minutes left in the show and then some. Right, obviously if this sells at the very end of the break, it's only a 2-box break, we'll stay over our usual showtime hour and definitely do it. But we're down to 1. Giving away that extra spot, take advantage of it. And as soon as we sign off tonight, if we're still stuck at 1 spot, as soon as we sign off, I'm adding another spot back. Last spot mojo with a 1-spot giveaway. That 1-spot giveaway is tonight only. So take advantage of it before it's gone. And remember, we were doing 2-box division breaks, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. Right, we're only on break 3. I mean, we're only 4 boxes into a 12-box case. I mean, it's been a little while since we did Division 1. We did that on the 29th. And Division 2 we did on the 30th. Then yesterday was the 31st. Today is the 1st. Listen, this is how you do the research. I'll do the research for you here. You gotta wait through here. We skip through the commercials. Bomb, bap, hit that pause button. Skip, hit that pause button. Hit theater mode right here. And let's hit the play button. Playback speed, we can 2x it. All right, we don't need to do that in real time. I can skip all the randomizing part. All right, there's the first box right there, right? So this gives you an idea of, hey, what did we pull in the first 2 breaks, the first 4 boxes? This might kind of help you triangulate or kind of think about what could potentially be pulled in the rest of this case. There's Kendall Milton. I actually don't think we got anything crazy in this first 2 boxes. I got to see what Jason pulled in the next 2 boxes. That's what I'm curious about. My little Band of Brothers on in the background. Last episode. Spoiler alert, we won this one. World War II. Those are randomizers. All right, so nothing too crazy in that first box, right? I think we got some of the usual rookies, some of the colors, some silvers, some parallels. That's what we like to see.
Really comfortable there.
When they're on time, they no more wars to occupy us. Have all your paperwork, weapons, husband to church, to school, and to the airfield. Please accept this as my formal surrender, Major. It's bedroom laid on the desk of a clock.
You may keep your side armor.
Oh, we did get an XRC card. Who was that? Oh, defense 3. I think that was Mason Graham for Cleveland. Let's try to boost the quality a little bit. I know, like, in between our live stream and trying to watch a 1080p stream, it slows down our internet a little bit.
We can tell them in our way. Someone will have enough points to go home and stay.
I'm ready. I really know it's pretty hard.
None of us here will have enough. And each of us will have to decide what to do. I don't know how long we're waiting here for orders. But like those veterans who are staying, all new replacements ready to fight. That means rifle ranges. That means daily close order drills. That means troop reviews. But above all, physical training. Get your NCOs on it.
They're gonna love you.
Drake May relic's pretty cool.
Keep cracking down, Berto. You're just gonna shoot back. Leave me alone.
Just shut up. That shit you feel us from dinner.
What's the matter, Bob? You tired of being dried up?
Yeah, it's Mason Graham. Never knew that left-right randomizer. All right, so that was the first two boxes. Yeah, sorry, Rex, to spoil Band of Brothers for you. Thanks to these guys, we won World War II. Spoiler alert.
Oh, goddamn this shit here. Run, get away. Army ought to be glad if you were here.
I wish, you know. They want me to stay around a while.
Serious?
How many points you need? 15?
Jesus.
Roman Wilson.
General Taylor is aware that many veterans, including Normandy veterans, still do not have the 85
Aiden
points
O'Connell,
required
all right.
to charge. On this, the anniversary of D-Day, he has authorized the lottery. Send one man home in each company, effective immediately. For Easy Company, the winner is... Serial number 130-66266. Sergeant Darrell C. Howard. Sergeant Grant will see to it that 2nd Platoon takes over at the Crossroads checkpoint, beginning tonight at 2200 hours. General Taylor has also announced that the 101st Airborne Division will definitely be redeployed to the Pacific. So, beginning tomorrow at 0600 hours, we will begin training to go to war.
The history of winning started.
All right, so here's the second box from Jason. All right, Billy Shaw. So really nothing too crazy in the first four, right? I don't think I saw a case hit. I admit I was not paying super close attention, but I don't think Jason pulled an XRC card in the first box. Benson Oat, autograph, all right. Ray Davis relic. All right. So that's it for the first four boxes right there. He's gonna do a randomizer for that. All right. So that's the first four divisions right there. Who wants to get that last division? Let's find out what the next two boxes hold. It's going to be Brian. Thanks, Brian. I'm going to post another one. This might be a little ambitious, but I'm going to try running this promo back again for break number 4. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a quick 2-box break of 2024 Panini Select Football Random Division Break number 3. Tonight only a little 1-spot giveaway. This moved the needle. Oh, there's the division right there. Moved the needle for this group right here. Thanks, gang. Appreciate ya. So one of you is going to get an extra spot. So that's our first of 2 dice rolls. Possibly 3. 4 and a 3. 7 times. Name on top after 7 gets an extra division. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and once more, 7th and final time. Brian Barnes. After 7, an extra spot going your way. All right, now that we got 8 names here, or 8 spots total, let's randomize you a division. After 8, 3 and a 5, 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And 3 and a 5, so we got 8 times right there. Brian down to Jeremy, 8 times for the divisions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Got AFC South down to NFC West. All right, Brian, AFC South, NFC North, and NFC South, NFC East. You've got half the league right here. AFC South, NFC North, NFC South, NFC East. Daniel with the AFC North, Margot with the AFC West, Jeremy AFC East, and Jeremy NFC West. So let's order these numerically by division alphabetically. You can see you're still matched up with your divisions right there. All right, I guess it's kind of late. Don't know if anybody is in the chat, but trade window is open. You've got until the time I select these boxes. So we've got 4 on the right side, 4 on the left side, 4 on the right side. First of all, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side. And it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Remember, I marked all those boxes div, so you know that they're from the same case. And now we've got 2 boxes up top and 2 boxes on the bottom. So I'll go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 1, 2, 3 for the top side, 4, 5, 6 for the bottom side. And it is 2. So we're going to be doing the top 2 boxes. I'll save those for next time. And I don't think anyone's even whispering about a trade. So let's print and rip. We've got last episode of Band of Brothers on in the background. Great miniseries. Great. Worth a watch. Worth a watch, worth a rewatch. All right.
They don't need me anymore.
Good luck. Final printout. So when I do a random number block break, I say alphabetically, and I do team or division. Yeah, I know. There's some cross-wiring in the synapses up here. All right. Box 1 of 2. Quick little break. We got another division break loaded up. I know it's getting a little bit on the later side, but I'm still running that little promo. I want to take advantage of it tonight only. let's see what we got here. We watched before we started this break, we watched the first 2 breaks, first 4 boxes. Didn't really see anything crazy, but I don't know. Let's see what these 2 have in store for us. We're gonna start off with some tie-dye Luke McCaffrey. Nice big patch there. And that's going to be for the NFC East. That will be for Brian. Last spot mojo. 13 out of 25. 70% of the time, last spot mojo hits all the time. We've got a base JJ McCarthy. NFC North, that's for Brian. That's going to be premier level. We got Aiden O'Connell, jersey and autograph for my Raiders. AFC West, Margot with that one.
It's not that serious, just that if the war was
37 out of 199.
Look at that, division up there? No, sir. I go make a career, no. I don't know, sir. Here's if we think people combat experience.
Buda Baker, 96 out of 149. NFC West, that'll be for Jeremy.
Thank you, sir.
DeMarion Overshawn, 89 out of 99. That's for NFC East. Brian in Dallas.
Major, I took this meeting out of respect for your achievements. And the 100 first. If they did the Pacific League, you should be one of the battalions. Thank you, sir.
We got a tie-dye, Brian Anger.
In fact, I think you made a very right to keep you around.
15 out of 25. That's for the NFC East. That's for Brian. Love the tie-dye look in this select set. Always a fan favorite.
Thanks, sir.
Ooh. Redemption. Let's see. Let's pop that back there. Let's see what we got here. Cole Kmet, 31 out of 99. It's going to go to the NFC North. Brian with the Bears. Got more tie-dye. CJ Stroud tie-dye. 18 out of 25. AFC South. Brian.
It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider
Mahomes Silver. Darius Slade Jr. That's to 49. NFC East. And Barry Sanders.
to help reduce your chances of getting it.
Okay.
99% effective when taken as prescribed.
Let's bring that redemption into focus.
About all of your HIV prevention.
Ooh, Michael Penix Jr. Rookie signatures light blue prism. NFC South. That's Brian with that extra spot coming in handy. Nice.
Lily, hotline, tell us where it hurts. Jeans fit this morning, but not now. Sounds like bloating. Try #1 selling Diurex. For bloating discomfort, Diurex gives effective relief right when you need it. I know.
All right, sign your cards, Michael. There you go, Michael Penix Jr.
26 miles in the rain.
I guess NFC South.
Custom framing made easy. First to my class. Let Frank
Just to remind our sorting team.
store or online.
This is Italy, Japan, 2013.
All right, that was the first box. Here's the second division box. 2 more autographs, 1 more relic.
Really, hotline, tell us where it hurts. No, that won't cure it. Bumby Cure. Bumby Cure doesn't just mask the fungus. It cures it. No, you don't have to send your photo. That's why I asked you about it. If it hurts, we help. Thanks, sweetie.
All right, let's see what we got in here. Again, another 2 boxes in the store right now. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Fun division breaks here. Yeah, I figured that Michael Penix Jr. had some time. this came out just last week. Is that right? Just the other week? I don't know. I guess it depends on when this was printed, though. All right. Sam Darnold, Blake Corum silver. Here's a Kyle Pitts to 175 NFC South, Brian. Blue Eric Dickerson, nice little color match there, 26 out of 99. NFC West, Jeremy. Get that Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. And a Tiki Barber jersey and autograph. NFC East, Brian.
Those pole house was at the slave camp, so this is where the guy lives right here, which can.
49 out of 75. Got a Brett Favre blue checkerboard to 249 AFC East for Jeremy.
Personal thing, Joe?
What?
Is this personal to you?
No, it's a goddamn word.
Did your waiters know about this?
Doesn't matter.
What a freaking does.
KJ Osborne, 45 out of 99.
He's an officer with no ties to the SS. What if he's innocent?
You know what? What if it's a freaking Nazi?
Jeremy, AFC East.
Which one? Which camp? You don't have any proof.
Are you at Lansford?
I was.
Got a base Caleb Williams. That's going to go to the NFC North, Brian.
Innocent German officer?
And this will also go to you, Brian. Rome Odunze. Rookie auto for the Bears. That Bears offense starts clicking. It'll be a lot of fun there. That's going to be, for again, for Brian, NFC North. 12 out of 399. And you'll get the base Caleb Williams. That is premier level. And the relic here is Jermaine Burton. Nice 3-color patch, big rookie patch. 37 out of 75. That will be for the AFC North. That's for Daniel and the AFC North. And that, my friends, is... Oh, we got one more thing here. We got a tricolor Xavier Leggett. 82 out of 249. That field level Quentin Johnston as well. And that, my friends, is that. All right, nice solid break. Did not see the Michael Penix was obviously really nice. Did not see an XRC. I don't know. There's other things that we could potentially see right here. We've got 2, 4, 6. Second half of the case, we're going to work on 2 boxes at a time. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye-bye.
Bitch, shoot him.
Summer in this outlying paradise should have been a welcome relief, especially now that we were at peace with the Germans. Everyone just wanted to go home.
Yeah. 5 years. I think I was in every country. But France was the best. Italy would be second for me.
I don't know. That's a good question, Rex. How far in advance do they get these cards? I would think... I have no idea, to be honest with you. Let's say it takes, what, 3 to 5 months to, like, get all these printed out? You know, officially? You would have to think they get a month in advance. I doubt they'd be like, hey, here's like, you know, unless they're behind schedule. I don't think they'd be like, here's a week to do this. Like give it to them in like November.
Discharge, sir.
Go ahead, take one.
Here's two back to front. 81. I have 81 points. Is that good enough? See if I can do it right. Hey! Hey! Where they going? Unique. Möchten Sie nach München gehen? Ja, bitte. Was machen Sie dort? Kommen Sie zurück!
Alright, so we got that division break loaded up. Got about 15 minutes left. Down to do another 2-box divisional with that spot giveaway if you want to get that going. Start work on the second half of the case. Suppose if you're feeling really spicy, someone could get all 7 spots, turn this into a 2-box personal break. I know we don't do personals on YouTube, but that'd be one way to make it a personal. And with 1 free spot, that's nice. Little haircut on that 2-box personal break.
Whose side are you on? I don't get it. It's D-Day. Second platoon's own Bill's on air. O'Connor inside. Just landed in Normandy and wound up like I don't know what. Whose side are you on? I don't think you got it. What happened?
Guys like we're about to Barcelona.
Wait a Okay, Matt, you need some help? They wouldn't give me any gas. Crowds. I tried to explain. This freaking line, he wouldn't listen. I think he was an major. You have any gas? Give me a weapon. Well, I guess I'll just use his team. I don't think he's gonna be in here. Hold on a second now, right?
Certainly. Are you for Imprint certain? We are for Imprint. Certainty matters. With unique promo year for gifting clients, customers, and your team. 4imprint.com has items certain to wow. Introducing Nano Whole Body
All right, so like I said, I'm down to do another 2-box division if you are. Again, we've got a 1-spot giveaway going. Every little bit helps. That's 1 in 7 shot at getting an extra spot. And that promo, of course, tonight only. After I sign off, I will be putting that division back in. Don't need a lot of people, just 7 of you. Or 1 person feeling very spicy who wants to get 7 spots, and that would be a nice, nice 2-box personal.
It does just enough to even out skin tone and reduce redness, and it's perfect for those no makeup days. It's for the days I'm running around doing errands, but just want to look full together. It takes a second to apply, and could be easier to put on. It really is just enough. Learn more at jonesroadbeauty.com. This Kia Turbo Hybrid is built for all the things you've yet to do. Like taking a long drive, or just to throw a monster tailgate party at an away game.
Risk it, anyone?
Do what's yet to be done. The Kia Carnival Turbo Hybrid. Kia. Movement that inspires.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now with DK. Get it before it disappears. Don't press. Tasty, dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon. Coming to theaters June 13th.
If whiskey gets hot, Johnny will come back later. The same with notes of sweet, coffee, rich, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
As you wish. Inconceivable.
Every family has a secret. My father is a serial killer. We were a simple team to solve the puzzles of the past, to heal the families of the present. Relative Secrets. New series Monday at 10 on BBC America.
Jesus. He's not gonna make it. You can't help it? Not me. You need a brain surgeon. And even if you have one, I don't think there's any hope. Funny shooter. Come on, man.
What are you doing? Go find a brain surgeon. Going to non-comp guarding each roadblock, and there's 2 men watching every road out of town. Full block. You would take a squad and one of these witnesses on a house-to-house search. You shoot this bastard on the site. Try and take him alive. Where's Grant now? They took him to a crowd hospital so they could drum up any good doctors.
Get in the Jeep.
But I'll be going to the hospital. Yeah. If you're going to shoot me, shoot me. If you're not, put the gun away.
Get in the Jeep now. Forgot you shot in the head. Half hour ago.
If you want him to live, you'll help me. First, by putting that away. Let me drive. We'll get there faster.
Same thing, shut up, man.
Yeah, I'm alright.
You know when you're going in? Just really upset. She's playing cards, right?
Please take care of this piece of shit.
Grant's dead. That surgeon said he's gonna make it. He's up guy on your feet. Get on.
I'm guessing over here this photo album, sir. Sure, a lot of pictures of him.
So you looked at it, but you didn't take it.
That's right, sir.
I don't believe you.
I'll be watching you. You're dismissed.
You better not be lying to me.
Sir, if it's not going to put you in too much of a bind, I'd like to resign as company first sergeant. If I had my choice, I miss being back amongst the men. I'd be happy to go to staff sergeant, whichever platoon you want to put me in.
Well, I guess you've earned your right to know yourself.
Thank you, sir.
You want to take over Sergeant Grant's platoon?
That would be fine, sir.
All right, then. Report to Lieutenant Picard. Let me know if you get into any trouble. Oh, so you make a decision yet? Yeah, I did.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I'm...
All right, looks like I do not have any carts activated at the moment. Last chance for this division break, especially if anyone's feeling a little spicy and wants to grab all 7 spots and make it a 2-box personal. Got some stuff done today. A little bit quieter than some of the previous Sundays, but not a goose egg either, far from it. So, thanks everybody. Give everyone a few more minutes to think about that select division break. But last call. We're going to wrap things up shortly, but I think Thomas is still live on Fanatics doing personal boxes. So if you want to check that channel out, go for it. He's right on the other side of this wall right here. Clay is on Instagram. He's got personal boxes as well. So YouTube is just group breaks. Instagram is just personals. And Fanatics Live is kind of a hybrid break. And I think Nick does well to kind of make sure there's a different mix of things on all the different channels. So you might find different deals and different things on each different channel. Seems like the personal breaks are probably what's gonna be going throughout the evening. I don't think they're quite done yet. Looks like they've got some boxes in the middle of opening.
I know the easy company's got to need a commanding officer close to where somebody hold their hand, keep them from killing each other. It better be somebody who knows what they're doing. Yep, couldn't agree more. But it's absolutely irresponsible to leave it in the hands of the wrong person. They're too much of a valuable resource. That's good. So you decided to stand honest? Yes, I'm going to do it. I'm glad you did. So some of us would say one point. We're just stuck here unless we can find excuses to send them away. So it's not one excuses. And one every hour. Huh. I mean, get the architectural advisor on show you everything else. Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure we're okay. No, it's very fair to just fine. But we need to go on. No, we have to make a difference. And we're driving over to the hotel of your choice. And I don't think we'll see you back here anytime soon. I won't let you down. Carmen, yes. Wanted to say, as you probably know, the Army, when they give men a benefit commission, they acknowledge that. They usually don't let them stay with the same company. So, Davis was her company. Yeah. They're afraid the men won't show the public as respect as they will in other lives. It's a bit different. It's an idiotic theory, especially in your case. Nevertheless, they're giving me the choice as to where to reassign you, and I thought battalion headquarters might be the place. Take a few minutes. Good. Good. Right now, down at the airfield, there's a German general. There's a little PA about having just rented a private made half farm from South Philly. Thinks it's beneath his stature. Understandable. Yeah. I thought it's like Lieutenant Carter Lipton from West Virginia. Assuming they're ruffled feathers. Major, is this the type of job I'm expecting? Yeah. Yeah. We're not selling ourselves on the way. With your permission, I would like to address my man briefly. Very fine, Jim.
Come on, Rex, you got to be on top of that. I depend on you for up to the minute Cubs updates.
We salute the rat, not the man. Stand up. Stand on your feet. Stand on your feet. Do that.
Man, it's been a long war, it's been a tough war.
Ja, tough phone. Deutsche Europapalast.
fun, bravely, rap, good country.
That's good. Those finger injuries. I remember when Betts got a ball to the hand. It's a weird. It just all depends on where the ball hits the hand.
Is this on your combat? Brothers, share fossils. All each other have diamonds.
Zusammen gesehen haben, gemeinsam gelitten haben.
See death
I think Jock Peterson got hit in the hand the other day.
Ich bin stolz, mit euch gedient zu haben.
I'm proud to share.
Dodgers have had a couple weird injuries this season. Remember Freddie Freeman? Freddie Freeman's other bathroom was being worked on or was under repair. So he had to use a more unfamiliar downstairs bathroom. Slipped while coming out of the shower and twisted his ankle real bad. Was on the 10-day IL. Avoided any more serious injury than that. And then just the other day, apparently Mookie Betts, in the middle of the night, going to the bathroom, stubbed his toe bad enough to have a small, swelling in like his second toe or something like that. Second big to middle? Something like that. There might even be a minor fracture. I don't know how that's going to affect him throughout this season, but
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV.
I don't know. Some weird injuries. It's weird injuries. Hopefully, toe news will be good toe news tomorrow for Mookie. All right, gang. Rex, thanks for hanging, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Everyone else, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. I'll be back then as well on a Monday, and we'll see what kind of trouble we can get into tomorrow. So appreciate everybody watching today. Hopefully, you can join us tomorrow. Get some of your breaks done. Pull you some nice hits, get some nice things in the mail for you. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.